Smithy Smith. And this could probably not be a bigger series. We thought yesterday was going to bring us drama, but this one should be insane.
I don't know if it'll match the drama, but high-octane League of Legends, that's what we have for sure between IG and Vici. We're still on the same side of the bracket. The winner of this match between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming will face EDG in the semifinals. But after all the drama of yesterday, maybe that's not the scary thing it was previous to that series.
Yeah, and Vici vs IG finishing strong at the end of the season there as well. I believe 4th and 5th place, so right in the middle of the pack, have to play each other. Theoretically, according to the standings, should be quite close in skill. And I have to say, given recent form for both teams, I think that's probably true.
And that's the exciting thing, is that both these teams definitely have momentum behind them. You can move up to 3rd place. OMG in particular, no form to speak about. Snake have kind of been up and down, but IG and Vici both been on the trail and moving forward. You know, about the same time as World Elite formed, we've been kind of looking as recent memory, you know, moving towards patch 5.6. Both these teams are in high form. We're going through the lineups. Carry, the Riven he's known for, but that Riven, the Nah actually has been his big pick. But Riven, man, what a Riven we saw last time out for Vici.
Yeah, Dandy as well, messing around a bit. Fizz and Zach, massive performance on the Fizz especially, but mostly Rexler. Other than that, has Hitong as well. Pretty stable champion pool, I have to say. Lots of Cho'Gath, Twisted Fate, but a smattering of other utility champions as well.
Yeah, but crucially drawing Twisted Fate bans just because Vici play around that Destiny Global so well. Vasily joined in with a bit of fun, went out for the Vayne. That was another victory though. They've been on a winning run, and Marta plays everything, but the Blitzcrank in particular. The shooting gallery against Master 3 was one of the best solo performances we saw all throughout the LPL.
It was just an incredible game here. Every single blitz hook felt like it connected in that game, and Vici had to be on a high after that game. We said that series against M3 seemed to be having a lot of fun. Actually pushed M3 into the promotion tournament. They played yesterday and sit in the semifinal, of course, up against EP, who just qualified in the recent promo tournament there as well. But Vici looking to move in here, but IG, certainly a team not to mess with, especially in playoffs.
And you have to say that Vici M3 game had a lot of playoffs about it in terms of really being played on the highest level. So Vici already have experience against teams that are desperately wanting to win. Of course, a lot of teams playing for seedings. You're never sure what to expect in the last few weeks before playoffs. But Vici are in form. They've got the fun out of the system with the roaming Blitzcrank. But hey, maybe we'll see it again today.
Maybe. I mean, that's the thing. You kind of look at Marty and be like, oh, whatever, he's playing a silly champion. But he brings it out again in a serious match, and all of a sudden, you wish you'd prepared for it. Vici are a team, that series hides a lot of stuff for them, shows that they're a very strong team, and just puts them in the perfect mental state coming into playoffs as well.
And then you move over to the side of Invictus Gaming that we'll get to soon. They're kind of an enigma. You never really know what to expect out of Invictus Gaming. I feel like their early season form of 6 wins into 6 losses really told you everything you need to know about IG. They've changed their lineup dramatically. It's no longer Zitai in the mid, but still found his way onto the lineup. But you still feel that identity, the aggression, it hasn't left Invictus
Yeah, he made
Gaming.
it into the top lane, and he's looked best on mages, to be honest. His Nars fine, but his Fizz, and particularly Karthus in the last few games as well, has looked wonderful.
I mean, the carry champions in general, I feel like is Zitai's strong suit. Kakao, he got the Evelyn in there somehow. Clearlove, Kakao, both getting 1 Evelyn game a season.
Yeah, apparently in their contract, his rookies looked great all split long. Probably the most consistent member of Invictus Gaming, plays just about anything.
And you see a lot of Azir for both these mid lanes. Probably going to be a contested pick coming through. Kid has played a lot of Kalista, 10 games in fact, but to not much success. So I don't know if IG will continue to prioritize that champion, as yes, that is a Bard.
Yep, Kitty's decided to play Bard, but again, very versatile, very strong support as well. Can play Thresh, can play Annie, Leona Nautilus, and of course the Janna as well.
It's the Janna, again, another contested pick. Marta, enough said, you know that he's a wonderful Janna player. Played it throughout the Samsung White Season 4 winning World Championship run. Going to be a priority for both these teams. I believe both their highest win rates are on Janna, so support bans, mid lane bans, there's a lot to consider. And it's always the first game of the series to really see what tone to expect for the best of 5.
I think the biggest thing here has to be consistency. We've noted that IG throughout the season certainly struggled, very up and down, managing to just finish in the top 6 of the event, or top 5 of the event as well. Best of 5's a much different beast. Vici have recently shown a lot of consistency, so a real test now for these two teams. It's not the best of 2 format of the regular season, it's straight into best of 5s.
That's why IG need to leave their streaky behavior behind. That's been kind of the calling card for them, is when they're on, they're really on. A rookie on your screen has probably been the most consistent of the players. Basically, when they're looking good, but I mean, this is playoffs. You need to be clutch now, and you got to begin with the winning.
Yeah, and again, a lot of teams have plenty of threats going on, plenty of versatility in a lot of the lanes as well. Going to be a really curious draft phase and even better games.
What we come here for big games of League of Legends. Two top teams, two teams in form. There's a lot to be expected, and as I mentioned, I just want to see that draft. What are the priority picks? What's getting through? Is the tie on Shen duty? Is he back to the Maokai, which he's kind of struggled on? Or is it to the carry champions? That Karthus top in particular, channeling all his days as a mid laner, hitting skittle after skittle, lay waste after lay waste. When he's on the carries, it just opens up a new IG.
I mean, we've seen people try and pick on Dandy. Maybe IG will throw a few bans in there as well, but have to think Kakao feels reasonably confident playing up against him. In fact, we're going to go some of the picks here. That's Vici's recent plays.
I mean, there's been a lot of not necessarily the highest win rate, but the Rumble, especially for carry. Haven't seen it recently. In fact, Rumble mostly fallen away as a top-rated pick, but 90% win rate, 9-1, is a massive statistic. The Twisted Fate in mid lane is another one to look out for. It feels like when they can, Vici play that all-out press system where they take over the enemy jungle, strangle them out of resources, and then if you have the Twisted Fate to ensure that you react first, you just take over games.
They can moving in there as well. Rookie's already been another big one as well. Seeing lots of respect bans for it. You can see Kakao's jungle pool a bit different now. Gragas has been quite popular as well. Unfortunately, Lee Sin and Jarvan, despite seeing
Ahri is still a very big pick for him. We haven't seen much Ahri in the final series. Again, where it fits in the meta is perhaps debate. Rookie still plays a lot of unique champions. You don't see Yasuo on that list. Has made Yasuo the only person to play it multiple times during the season. You have to think that these players have been holding back in the last couple weeks, especially in terms of unique picks. We saw EDG in the first game pulling out a really impressive Urgot comp. There's no reason to suggest that we don't have more unique picks, more innovation coming from these two teams.
And again, they'll adapt through the series as well. It's going to be a great best of 5 between these two teams. Again, I think as far as favorites go, we have to maybe just tip Vici for consistency, but it's going to be explosive no matter what happens. And Vici kicked things off on the blue side with a ban aimed straight at Rookie's face.
And look, all I'll say about Invictus Gaming before we start this series is never bet on or against Invictus Gaming, because they have upset bigger teams than Vici in playoff series in the LPL and lost to lower teams. It's just one of those things where on the day, this team can be so far ahead, so cohesive, and then just fall apart on another day.
Well, LeBlanc is there, the first two bans for Vici. Rek'Sai Nidalee actually for IG, so throwing bans at Dandy. Dandy chucks one back with the Gragas ban there, aimed at Kakao and IG. Only one ban left now.
The Gragas ban on blue side is very interesting. Dandy has played it in the LPL already, but clearly they're not prizing it as a first pick. Red side has definitely been the side to be on from what we can tell. It's been about picking up those two priority champions. There isn't normally that first champion to snap up. Sejuani makes it through the picks and bans though. That's instantly locked.
Yeah, Maokai ban from IG is the last one. Leaves Sejuani over for Vici, but Zatai already locked in the Gnar for himself, so going to be playing it again. And Kakao
single hold IG out of resources.
and IG, third and fourth pick, then Noon. Third and fourth pick, then Noon.
Ganks have been commonplace for this Sejuani, and the Rumble gets through. The priority wasn't there for multiple weeks, but he brings it back.
Yeah, Carry going to take, I believe, an undefeated Rumble from the split. 9-1, so just one loss there, but a very strong performance over the regular split. Takes it back into the top lane, and Atong has kind of been relegated to utility duty for a while, but the counter pick comes through. Undefeated Rumble from the split. 9-1, so just one loss there, but a very strong performance over the regular split. Takes it back into the top lane, and Atong has kind of been relegated to utility duty for a while, but the counter pick comes through Undefeated. Three people have snuck into the top here for IG, so it might be something a little bit gimmicky in the top lane.
There hasn't been any people stepping over wards at this position, so at this present point, it's just an educated guess coming through. Coming through. And a push with the Q-Max coming through. Although Dandy, as we mentioned, is on the blue. We're expecting early pressure from Dandy. He certainly hasn't been a farm till level 6 jungler on the Sejuani.
No, just in general, Dandy loves to get in early and affect something. Whether it's the lanes, whether it's the enemy jungle, he always wants to be applying pressure. And as always, still the master of the counter gank.
Still the master of the counter gank, absolutely. As we see farming going through quite quietly. I mean, surprisingly low octane start, but it is Sejuani and Nunu. We're not expecting super amounts of skirmishing in the early game.
No, and a pretty neutral mid lane there as well. Cassio, probably a slight advantage, but nothing major. Although did take the double mobility summoners there, did Rookie. So apparently not satisfied with the Sivir ultimate to get him in there. Wanted the Ghost as well.
In general, Cassiopeia players, when Cool played it, for example, it was Flash Cleanse, just because it's all about consistent damage in a fight if you're Cassiopeia. Quite confident to take double escape summoners over the cleanse when you're against a Sejuani. You feel like the Sejuani is the sole CC, so cleanse would completely negate that glacial prison coming through, but not respecting it, just looking to try and either ghost or flash away from it and then pump out the damage.
Yeah, confident in positioning his Rookie and starting to lane nicely. Actually pushed Lulu out, interestingly enough, in the early stages. About a 10 CS lead already, but Hetong going back for a second Doran's ring.
Just wants a bit more mana regen for wave control in this situation. Of course, the extra health will help him in trades coming through from Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia in general, happy to just hang back. Again, if it's a farm lane, especially damage-wise, it definitely advantages Cassio in the late game.
Yeah, Rookie happy right now, just going to farm away, but we've seen Lulu be surprisingly contested, I have to say, over the last few weeks of late. Been a pretty popular first pick, and again, all you really need is those 2 items and you're good to go.
I mean, the thing about taking Lulu away in the first, because you don't show your hand about your comp at all. Can go mid lane, can go top lane, can even confidently go in the support role. That's probably the least popular of all the options. Again, you're negating the potential of the enemy team, just locking in a Juggernaut. If your first 3 picks show your hand, you give yourself the opportunity to go. You can just change your comp on the fly with your second set of picks. So it's such a safe first pick because you're not giving away any information.
Yeah, and again, we've sort of seen a trend from Vici in particular where they've, kept Hatong on more utility champions. Twisted Fate, Orianna, even Cho'Gath. These are much more utility-based mid laners where we look over on the other side there as well. In the bottom side now, actually, although effectively the top lane for Vici and carry there, he's not a big damage champion this time, a carry champion.
And the only synergy in terms of teamfight you have to think is Dandy initiating with the Glacial Prison and then the Equalizer being layered on top of. Of course, the Wild Growth might help with a bit more CC, but it's definitely not the box and other multiple kinds of AoE CC. But he's already shown a lot of priority on this champion in previous weeks. He hasn't shown it in the LPL for a good month or so, I believe. So it's just interesting to see him back on this champion when it counts in the playoffs.
Yeah, what a better time to bring it out than right now. Here is Kid and Kitties continuing to clear out minions in the top side of the map, but very comfortably CSing right now. Kid slightly behind due to all the pushing by Vasily and Marta, but Siva probably expected to be somewhat behind in the early stages against the Lucian.
So of course Lucian is going to have the better trades in early levels. You feel like it takes a couple of levels in the Boomerang Blade before you can start getting aggressive trades in as Siva. In the early levels, the passive does so much damage from Vasily. Of course, we'll continue to do as the game goes on. Dredgeline goes in, but this is just a 2v2. No junglers on the way.
Yeah, just some Boomerang Blade trades back and forth there as well, so nothing major there, as we do see some trading in the top side of the map. Looking down to the items now as well, Rookie picked up a tier nice and early, so going to stack that up. Wonder where he wants to go with the next build, and Kakao comes in the top lane for a bit of pressure, but finds a Trinket Ward instead.
So of course clears out the Trinket Ward now, so no wards available whatsoever for Vici. They now have to hang back so defensively, have to respect even a Nunu jungle, who of course has decent ganks in the early game, but doesn't normally have kill pressure. But we have to mention it is a Nautilus support, so plenty of CC coming from the lane.
Yeah, we see one ward actually coming through that Kakao did put down in his time in the top side of the map as well. Going to clear the Scuttle Crab right now. You have to think, but we've seen this a bit more. No more Sidestones after Machetes here. Everyone's finishing the Trailblazer right now.
Just going for a bit of clear, I have to guess. I mean, the priority on finishing the Cinderhulk might be the big factor there. Cinderhulk's such a strong item. We're still on patch 5.6. No nerfs come its way just yet. So finishing that item gives you so many turret dive opportunities, let alone tanking up the dragon and just scaling up into the late game. It's a bit of a death cap for health, you have to think, which is obviously one of the most wanted things you're going to have as a tank. That's why we see multiple smites on teams in many metas. Notable that in this game, though, we don't see that.
No, I mean, we've seen a lot of teleport smite. Thought that we might just see nothing but that during promo and playoffs here, but certainly teams still willing to play, I guess, more tanky, more utility-style top laners, or even more carry-style top laners, and or champions that really suit that style. If you still want to play something like Rumble, Nara especially as well, you just need to take your standard summoners.
You feel at this point, if you're going to go Hecarim or Shyvana, you will be opting in. Everyone else is different. There's the flash.
Good flash ulti there from Zatai, but can't combo the wallop, and carry flashes immediately after getting stunned into the wall. Kakao is there for pressure, but still no first blood yet at about 8 minutes in.
Yeah, Zatai was really showing you a glimpse of why you need flash, just to reposition for that big Nara ultimate. Whenever you have a setup CC or just a potential AoE CC, unless it's massive range like the Onslaught of Shadows, when it's melee range especially, like the Gnar, flash, definitely a requirement.
Yeah, and interestingly, with all the people on the top side of the map, Kakao and Zatai, after the pressure on carry, will look to take away the first dragon. It's not super early here. Kakao, level 5, could have attempted to take it earlier if he wanted to, but we'll take it at a nice clip there. Nice and early there for a first dragon, about 8 minutes in.
And Nara is one of the best top laners at opting into an early dragon. Of course, Hyper gives him percentage maximum health damage. So it helps up the Nunu Gnar, very fast deal, of course. Even Blood Boil, especially in mini Gnar form, is very useful for the Gnar. So a very good clip for dragon. It's not 4 minutes, but 8 minutes still on the early side.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, it's, again, with everyone swapping top lane, eventually someone was going to give swap back and maybe look for the dragon. So IG, stop that potential for now. Get to leave the duel in the top lane for a little while longer if that's what they want. We see the Cinder now through for Kakao, but Dandy taking over the top side of the jungle, going to take the Raptors away from Kakao's jungle.
Just surprising that it's been such a quiet early game. 9 minutes in, no turrets, 1 dragon coming down, no kills at all. This is the LPL page time. Usually we see 4 or 5 kills. A kill a minute has been on average in a lot of games, but just been a very quiet strategic game. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised, because Vici in particular have definitely been looking over the waters to the Korean style of play. They've been more about opting into vision control and just smart rotations rather than just the deathmatch style that LPL can sometimes get to.
Yeah, and IG have really been finding their identity, I think. Certainly have a newish lineup, still one of the rosters that has been around probably for the least amount of time, at least in this LPL season, was the Tide rejoining the lineup as the top laner this time around. I mean, IG do have a lot of scaling to look for as well, so happy to play a more passive game, but IG in particular are playing quite subdued here, just happy to let the game farm up and take Vici to a mid-game.
Of course, one of the IGs we saw this season, that's how I kind of coined the fact that IG have changed their style too much. Of course, we remember the multiple, I believe it was triple tier, catalyst stacking Ezreal's meta game where they would not get any kills, like 4 kills in 40 minutes, just powering up till everyone had their Ceres and their 10-stack World of Ages. That's one of the IGs we saw this season. So they've already shown they can play that way. Vici are most comfortable when they're just playing around smart vision. You can look at this minimap. It's already lit up by Vici Gaming. They have excellent vision, especially around the blue side area of Invictus Gaming. They haven't got any turrets yet. They haven't started to push in, but that's been their trademark. It's been about taking early turrets, pushing up vision control. Dandy and Mata roaming in to get vision. Again, we're saying all these things. Sounds like Samsung White, but that's what Vici have been doing their best to copy.
Yeah, it's Samsung White with a bit of an aggressive Chinese flair, I guess is how we've seen this team. And bottom tower does go down as a result. Good early rotation by Vici's able to take that turret away. And I love that you mentioned the wards, because you look over at Danny's inventory, no sightstone. He's stopped doing that after about week 5.
The sightstones have definitely fallen off. Still picks it up sometimes. That Sejuani, especially with Cinderhulk and the fact that you're getting even better effective health from the Sightstone, you might opt into it after the Cinderhulk item. But yeah, they're doing excellent warding even without picking up the Sightstone at this point, as we do have a brief pause. Obviously some technical issues coming through.
Just looking through the items as they stand right now. Rumble looking good for carry. Got a Seeker's Arm, got his Sork Shoes up as well, so going to be looking quite strong for that next Dragon fight when it does pop back up in about 3 or 4 minutes time. Cinderhulk almost completed for both junglers, actually sitting with a Trailblazer plus a Balmy Cinder each, with a slight advantage for Dandy with an extra pair of boots in there as well. Other than that, BF Swords in the bottom side, a pickaxe up for Kid now as well, who I guess shopped a bit more recently than Vasily has, but that lost in the turret, to be fair.
It is a bit crazy to see a Rumble-Nah matchup where Rumble's winning in CS. That's a notable thing. We already mentioned carry 9-1 Rumble, very good at this Rumble. But I mean, up in CS, in a 1v1 lane, and just with 86 CS at 10 minutes, that's a surprise in itself. We've seen so many Rumbles struggling to get their Magic Pen core, the Haunting guys, into the Sorcerer's Shoes very early in the game, but because he's just been unharassed, Sorcerer's Shoes are now building towards the Zhonya's as his first item with the Seeker's Arm Guard. So Tide definitely building for lane at this point with a Hex Drinker and another Null Magic Mantle. It's always dangerous, and it's kind of deceptive because we just so frequently see Rumbles at 2 items very late in the game. A snowboard Rumble can still do disgusting things, and if you get an early Zhonya's in particular, you can actually overheat, dive the backline, and use that stasis while the Flame Spit is still running. The backline damage of a snowboard Rumble is notable.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Rumble is just that he always has interesting peaks and troughs in his power. We talk about how he's good with little items. They're just the 2 items, the Sork Shoes and the Haunting Guys, usually enough for the early stages of the game. The thing is, though, Rumble definitely gets to a point where that's no longer enough. You kind of have to judge your part times correctly. Rumble is all about very heavy, consistent peaks and troughs, and you've really got to take advantage of your peaks and make sure you farm up during the troughs.
But I mean, when the standard is a trough at the start of the game because you've been thrown into a 1v2, or this, you're usually evaluating Rumble's power at maybe, say, a Liandry's into Sorcerer's Shoes at 30 minutes into the game. You have to reevaluate it. The fact that Rumble scales really well with AP, both offensively and defensive, of course, has his Shield W that also scales with ability power, can do a lot of damage to the backline if he's ever able to get into range for the Flame Spitter. But you don't see Flame Spitter Rumbles in the backline with Zhonya's unless the snowballs happen. So a situation with Sejuani with the setup CC, if that allows Rumble to both layer the Equalizer and get into the backline, could be surprising things from the Rumble.
It could. I mean, that's the other thing as well. Rumble's required to do damage in this team comp because Zitong, on a utility champion, he has the Lulu. Lulu does respectable damage. We've certainly seen Lulu's contribute heavily to fights just based on her damage and AoE alone, but Carry is expected to do a lot of the heavy lifting as far as extra AoE magic damage goes, and for that, he'll need his Zhonya's.
When you're looking at these team comps, actually quite enigmatic team comps from both teams just looking down. IG, they've got Sivir Cassiopeia for damage, but they have the Gnar, Nunu, and Nautilus. Gnar, Nunu, and Nautilus all about the dive. Sivir can dive in, but 500 range might deal with all the magic damage coming through from Carry in particular on the Rumble. And Cassiopeia, I always prefer her fighting the back lines with a hyper carry where you have to respect the Petrifying Gaze. If you ever have to use that Petrifying Gaze for engage or supplemental engage in this situation, it's just so infrequent that you'll see a situation where, say, 5-man Petrifying Gaze into 5-man Gnar. It's not really a setup CC, it's more of a situational CC. So if they're going for a dive comp, I don't necessarily see the Petrifying Gaze being super important to their team fight, but I remain to be convinced.
We'll have to see, but Zatai for me really is the person that does need to get in and use the ultimate. There's going to be a lot of it, how he can get into the fights, what position he can get into, because IG have great zones of control between Cassiopeia and Nunu to get their short-range carries into good positions, and Kitties will peel, at least for Sivir especially, quite well. But that's a hard thing to set up. You have to all be stacked together, find the right team fight, and get Zatai to actually get in place for that big ultimate.
And Zatai's the only person who can truly engage. If Kitties ever tries to use the depth charge to engage, Mara just stands in front and just uses the Monsoon to push the rest of the enemy team away. So on the hunt into the picture-perfect Gnar ultimate is the only true engage. Of course, Cacao, no engage from that Nunu. They have some decent pick power if they can get ward coverage advantage, but getting a ward advantage against Vici Gaming of all teams, the masters of ward coverage in the LPL, especially in the past month or 6 weeks, is a very difficult thing to do. So I feel like IG will struggle if they ever fall behind in this game, or if they really want to try and look for an aggressive pick, because they just haven't picked a comp that has many tools to do so.
Just a reminder, we are still in a pause, of course, as well, so just waiting for that to be resolved. As a quick check here, 1-0 up in turrets for Vici, and about 1,000 gold ahead as well. So elite here, but nothing massive, and IG, of course, have claimed the first dragon. So fairly even right now, but with the first rotation coming to the bottom for Vici by Vasily and Marta to take away the bottom outer turret, Vici might be looking to start putting the foot on the pedal and really get the game rolling.
I mean, their rotational play was the hallmark of their 6-0 run a couple of weeks ago. They kind of fell off in the last few weeks, but then again, LGD, OMG, many teams were struggling towards playoffs, trying to hold back strategies. We expect them to start rotating around with Vasily. It'd be interesting to see if he actually goes the Bloodthirst solution that we've seen a few times, which of course makes it that much safer to overextend for turret damage, but you don't have the critical strike. And Lucian, with that passive, the Light Singer, gets so many auto attacks in that the 20% critical strike, okay, it's not the 25% of Infinity Edge previously, but it's a very relevant statistic.
It's just one of those things where I guess the nature of crit is such that if you throw out more auto attacks, you'll just theoretically get more crits.
And he's always putting out so many auto attacks because the passives register it as autos. Even if they're critical doesn't mean that they're doing full 2.5 modifier. 2.5 of half damage is still going to be over a regular auto attack, instantaneously being shot out. So I don't mind the Bloodthirst if you have multiple sources of damage, but as only Rumble and Lucian as true damage sources, Sejuani and Lulu as kind of more incidental utility-based damage sources, probably want to go the IE.
Yeah, might even see a Phantom Dancer following second as well. We don't see it that often. Static Shift tends to be the preference for Lucian in particular, but just again for more carry potential, because that is Vici's one potential issue moving into the mid and late game stages, that they just might not have enough damage. But we've seen so many 2-threat comps this season that both teams actually running them should be just fine.
We've definitely seen less damage as early as recently as yesterday, where in game 1, EDG were just running Urgot and Hecarim for damage sources. It was Lulu in the mid lane, it was utility jungler, utility support. In this case, Lucian Rumble do excellent late game damage. Lucian in particular has kind of challenged our assumptions and shown that with 3-4 items, he is a valid tank buster. Strong early game, so maybe a more his sorcerer's shoes and use to itemize against. But if you're just itemizing health, love yesterday, Cinder Hulk into Giant Rek'Sai, it doesn't do so well. So we've seen Corki fall away and Lucian, as a valid tank buster, but also that strong early game pushing with the turrets. Very popular.
Yeah, it's funny as well because Lucian sort of originally developed before Cinderhawk as a counter to both Graves and Corki, interestingly enough, who are seeing a ton of play due to their early strength. A couple games on Graves, but Lucian's been his go-to ever since he sort of rose back into prominence in the metagame, and he's just never looked back.
I think Lucian also gives this comp something different. If we just had, say, Graves, Sejuani, Rumble, damage. I mean, Graves fine for damage, but usually has to use that quick draw defensively. Can't use that attack speed steroid offensively. Lucian, he can throw out the culling has much more dueling compared to Graves in the late game especially. Even though they're both short range carries, usually take Lucian. It does open up time for you to have the wave at the enemy turret, open up space for your jungler to get in aggressive wards. So lane controls what Vici are looking for from the mid lane, whether it's Twisted Fate, the ability to fast push then rotate, Lulu or just fast Lulu push, exit lane, and open up time for the enemy, for your jungler to get in wave, to get in wards. That's basically Hetong's job, is to cause enough pressure to allow Mada and Dandy to aggressively ward the enemy jungler.
And that's been Hetong's job recently for sure. We mentioned the heavy utility, the Twisted Fate, which we're very likely to see, honestly, in this series. I've blind picked that as well in certain situations, so I wonder if Vici will fancy that at some point here in the series. But we do unfortunately still have a pause going on, and the players starting to get a little bit impatient. Rookie putting his hand on his head there, just being like, yep, ready to play more League of Legends.
Yeah, Rookie's just feeling the pinch a little bit. It's been a long couple of days, especially I know for you as well, into your 16th game of casting or whatever.
Something like that.
Whatever it feels like. Sometimes it all blends into a 14th, I believe. Of course, 2 best of 5s going the distance and the quick 3-0 for Master 3 yesterday. I mean, this game's still very close. Of course, 1,000 gold lead and the aggressive ward advantage for Vici Gaming as of this point. And Invictus Gaming just looking to scale up. The big question mark always to me is, what is Rookie going to be able to do on Cassiopeia? She's always gone through peaks and troughs of popularity. Fell away for a long time just because she's not a reliable champion. In a lot of hands, she can get some work done in lane. Of course, has always been a huge lane bully, but it's all about late game team fights where she keeps the poison up and suddenly Twin Fang goes on multiple times. Rylai's is picked up. Enemies are slowed and she gets a massive triple quadra kill, or she lets that passive, the poison fall off and just doesn't contribute much to a fight. You know, the petrifying gaze misses or is flashed away from. Cassiopeia played well, is one of the highest damaging champions in the league. Fiercely single target, but man, single target damage aplenty.
Yeah, I mean, it has, I guess, very narrow AoE, which is the issue. We actually have a tier there for Rookie, so building in towards an Archangel's eventually, but we've seen, I believe, Abyssal Scepter was one of the choices today. We saw Bamey in the promotion tournament play that in the mid lane for ADG as well. So with the Ruby Crystal in Rookie's inventory, not entirely sure what he wants to go for. Maybe a Haunting guy is coming through.
I'm going to guess either Catalyst or Rylai's are going to be the purchase, of course. Ruby Crystal, such a flexible item pickup. We see multiple junglers just picking out double Ruby Crystal because Sight, Stone, Giant Spell, everything builds out of Ruby Crystal at this point. If I was a betting man, it's going to be Rylai's. That's been kind of the common build, is tier into Rylai's. But tier Catalyst, if you're looking for a real late game and just can pick up the Rod of Ages unhindered, it's a decent start as well.
And as we do pop back into the game, finally back on the Rift here for Game 1 versus Vici and IG. Been a close one so far, like we already noted. But Vici getting that first turret, it's going to start to open up the map for Vici.
So wait to see if we do see rotations coming through from Vici. We can see the back coming through now. With the aggressive wards, they can definitely start cheating towards whichever side the jungle seems to be less attended and start pushing things out.
And unfortunately, another pause here. Seems like continued issues here in the game for whatever reason, but, you know, a little bit of play more. Kid going to get a couple extra CS here. And again, that somewhat greedy shot, losing him a turret, but going up the pickaxe. Super champion that has certainly seen a resurgence recently is, I believe that's Carry? Can't quite tell. Covering his face. Yeah, it is Carry. Feeling, again, the same thing. It's a long day for these players. Best of fives are grueling series for any teams to have to play in here. And unfortunately, you know, they're going to have to settle themselves and make sure they stay focused because they're in the middle of their first game, unfortunately, for them.
Exactly. There's plenty coming after this one. It's only the first game. We feel like we'll find something about this series from this game, whether the rotational power of Vici will be enough to overpower IG, or whether Rookie, who's really been the man to carry IG in recent weeks, can really step on this Cassiopeia. If he can force Cassiopeia to be banned in future games, a situational champion that has that high payoff or the real high risk when it comes to the pick, that'd be a massive strategic advantage for IG.
You can certainly tell that both teams have done their homework. We're very confident in their picks. That Cassiopeia pick for Rookie was made almost instantly after they saw the Lulu and rounded out their comp with the Sivir being picked early. So clearly knew what they wanted to take away here. Rookie's been a strong player throughout the entire split. His champion pool in general is always fun to watch because he does play just about anything along with Pawn for EDG as far as champion diversity goes. But we do pop back into the Rift, hopefully with no more pauses ready to go. And Carry and Zatai still 1v1ing each other in the top lane.
Zatai definitely has an item build to completely deal with Rumble. He's not building any health, so not really incentivizing the Leandry's rush. Just stacking magic resist and also having that Hex Drinker shield for a bit of offensive items. But in general, it's going to be super hard for Rumble to push out a lane.
Yeah, Hatong returns to the mid lane as well. Got his Athene's, not Athene's, the Chalice and the Fiendish Codex building in towards the Athenes. Mato actually in the top, going to maybe force the tie-in, but Vasili's here as well, and Kakal's also rotated in, but Nunu might be the one caught. A good flash from Kakao keeps him safe, and Zatai played that very safe, but rightly so.
We're waiting to see which lane Vasili would enter. Vasili might have moved towards top. They had a lot of defensive vision around there, do now, but it's very shallow vision at this present point. No aggressive vision towards the enemy red buff, for example, so they still have to respect the jungle pressure, but with Kakao no flash on a Nunu, perhaps they can overextend a little bit.
Yeah, and Vici again rotating in, trying to take out turrets with the Lucian. Vasili's gone back. He's got his pickaxe now as well, but Kid have rotated back in to push him off. Zatai almost transformed into Mega now. Fawn tried to line up an ulti, but will just transform, and Rico is going to go back down to the bottom lane.
But you can already note, Patient Time, that Kid is playing very reactionarily this game. He waited to see which lane Lucian showed up in and then went to answer it. But the issue there is that if the wards still continue to be confirmed, we can now see good offensive vision in the top. We saw multiple wards towards the Wolf camp in the bottom. Vici will just keep rotating. They have Lucian for excellent turret damage, and if they know that there's only one or two members in the area, the fact that Lucian has great turret damage but not necessarily great sieging, as he's a 500 range AD carry, it doesn't matter if your rotations are on point.
And these teams are going to have to be careful with this swap back to the top side as well, as we sort of reset to our original lanes here in the game, because Dragon is back up in less than a minute now, and if Vici leave the lanes as they are, that should be IG's once again.
IG definitely in position to take it over. There is some pink wards in the area, but no, very neutral vision when it comes to exactly on top of the Baron. Kakao, I think, might be spotted out here. The Cinderhulk aura maybe just being spotted out by the ward. And you can see Vasili and Mata, they head back very quickly.
Yep, I think everybody knows that Dragon's back up soon. 30 seconds is about the minimum amount of time you can leave to try and get to the Dragon. So Kid will just be able to get there in time. It seems like, what item can he get to? No, just a Brawler's Glove there for a bit of extra kit. But again, everyone buying up whatever they can with their gold because they know a big fight's just about to start.
Yeah, very similar item timings coming through between Kid and Vasili. Of course, Kid going to be praying to the RNG gods a little bit more with the Brawler's Glove, giving less critical strike than the Crit Cloak coming through from Vasili, but still very early times. You were actually on the ball. It was a haunting guys coming through from Rookie. That early power spike, that's something you might not necessarily expect, but now we're talking about 3 Twin Fangs, 4 Twin Fangs every time the poison's connecting, doing massive chunk damage.
Yeah, it's a very mid-game focused item here for Rookie, and I guess it fits in a little bit more with IG's team comp in general. They've got the Sivir, who's pretty strong in the mid-game, but does do respectable late-game damage, especially if set up well. But right now are just fighting for vision here around the Dragon. Blue buffs on both the mid laners. They'll quickly wave clear away. Level 11 crucially on Hatong, but not on Rookie, and that might be just enough of the difference here.
It might be, but just the fact that he's opting into Haunting Guys tells me that IG want to double down the mid game, double down on their objective control. They, of course, have the exact timer for Dragon. It's respawn now, but the only reason to opt into Haunting Guys this early is definitely to win these early fights.
Hits 11 now as well, so Rookie will have the rank 2 ulti ready to go. Zatai moving in for his. In fact, both the top laners pretty desperately searching for about half a bar more of experience just to hit level 11 so they can be super effective once they get down to that dragon fight. Teleports up for both of them, and interestingly, that standoff, which lasted about 45 seconds, means Kakao's actually going back home to shop again.
I mean, but Carry picking up level 11, we're talking about Rumble. Consistently been a champion that you have to respect around dragon fights. People always said never opt into a dragon fight against a Rumble. So if he can pick up level 11, it really opens him up to the contest. Already has some good item timings. Crucially not double magic penetration just yet. Of course, he got the Seeker's Arm Guard for a bit more laning power against Zatai. But level 11 being achieved before a fight, you can already see some layering between the Glacial Prison and the level 2 Equalizer. That should be enough to win a fight for Vici, even taking into account the Haunting Guys on Cassio.
Yeah, Zatai again going to get aggressive. They're hopping towards Carry. Is Meganar now as well, so Vici going to give up the dragon once again. They've got good vision around it. They actually have secured 2 pink quads in the area around it, so continuing to get superior vision control over against IG, and around important objectives, that's all the difference they usually need.
So crucially, level 11 has hit. Couple skill shots go wide. Nobody's wanting to start the dragon because the power spikes, to be honest, with the items that are finished, are very similar.
It's just too tense here. There's no first blood in this game even, Papa Smithy, so teams being very careful, don't want to give away the first crucial fight, and this always happens in these very mid-game focused teams. When the first fight happens at 15 minutes, it's bloody, and Vici back off the dragon. Teleports coming through for both sides. The ties down here, going to rebuild back the rage. Vici now back on top of the dragon. Kakao going to come in, but Sejuani will get it. That'll even up the score. The ulti goes out, but it just tags the tie for the slow. Sivir ultimate hooked in there as well as Carry gets moved in. Kakao, good ultimate to cut them off, but still no kills.
Yeah, Vici got the objective. They missed the Glacial Prison completely. The Equalizer also was off. They needed to get out straight away. They were forced to flash in general, but they've already got the objective. They don't need to fight when that Glacial Prison finishes, and they're going to get punished by this rotation to mid by IG.
Yeah, that mid lane turret going down means that Vici, despite the fact they got the dragon, probably lose the... So probably get the better or the worst objective out of it just with their first dragon to equalize from IG. So a good rotation there. Kid's going to move back into the top lane action, maybe try it again.
The moment the Glacial Prison misses, you need to back away, kite back, otherwise you will get punished. That was the result. The turret damage from IG is very high again with the auto attack reset on the Sivir. So they power down that turret, and in fact they're rotating top with multiple members, Nunu and Sivir, just to be discussed. It's going to be a quick turret.
It's going to go down, in fact, here as we've got 3 members from Vici, not quite enough to defend it. Shield from Marta might protect it for a little while longer, but Hook landing onto Carry might get to go in now as Riptide goes through as well. The tie bouncing forward, the damage is coming in. Snowballs here from Kakao, but Carry still quite tanky there with the arm guard and the shields from Jana, and again, still no first blood at 18 minutes.
Yeah, IG could overextend for damage, knowing that the Equalizer and Glacial Prison were both not available. Vici have a very high skill cap comp here. They need to layer their CC perfectly or they drop off damage massively, especially in the early game before peeling for Lucian becomes a realistic option. So smart of IG to overextend for damage, but as you mentioned, just not quite enough to get that first blood.
And as we check in on those carries, Rookie has the Archangel staff now as well, so going to build in towards that Seraph, even though there's a spare amp tone, so possibly going in for Leandru's second there as well. Popping down to the bottom side, Vasily now, Infinity Edge plus Zeal, and Kid just behind him there with a Brawler's Cup and the IE of his own.
So the stacking comes through very quickly from this Archangel. Already close to 600 mana. 8 mana per stack means it should have it at the 21, 22 minute mark and just have so much innate tankiness to go with the high damage. And he's going Leandru's pastry time because he just wants to punish Sejuani in particular. It's only 1 health stack. If this was a double tank lineup, I'd love this pickup of the Leandru's quick from Rookie. But I guess he's just looking to the fact that Lulu's going to increase effective health pools and the Leandru's will still do a lot of work. I
mean, it's nice and cheap, which is the good thing. And I love the note about wild growth as well. If he is going to go for Rylance, there's a bit of additional synergy in there as well. So Rookie, I mean, I'm never going to fault him for a build at least right now. He usually knows what's going on. A very savvy player, very strong. But Hatong, wave clearing up with the Lulu, building in towards his death cap, you have to think, with that blasting one. And well on the way to it now as well.
So the Vision's definitely become a lot more defensive from Vici Gaming. They've lost all the aggressive wars. They've lost all the rotations recently. They've been the ones that have been eating turrets. We haven't seen a lot of games where Vici fall behind in turrets, but to be honest, those seem to be the few games that Vici lose. So they need to definitely try and get on top of this game with some better rotations, start getting those wards down, because at the moment, they're just kind of walking around mid, walking around turrets, and watching IG get objectives.
Grouping up now as well. You have to think Vici might be looking for a fight, but we're between dragons right now, so a potential lull in the action's coming, although IG grouping aggressively, even going to steal away the blue buff here. Kakao on the Nunu should be able to secure it and does take it away.
So they're starting to already get objectives now that they have the mid and top turret down. It makes sense that they're able to contest for the enemy blue buff. That's what getting those outer turrets down does. It opens up room for you to get aggressive vision without any real chance of being collapsed on. So they take the blue buff. It's looking good for IG, and things just really stalling for Vici.
Yeah, now it's IG, the ones that have good vision down. Vici's vision still fine, don't get me wrong, but kind of concentrated in towards the center of the map, where IG been able to spread their wards out towards the left and right-hand sides, really deep in enemy jungle for both sides.
But look, Vici have a lot of vision in general. They've kind of had overwater maps for most of this season, but it's a lot of defensive vision coming through. Before, they were littering the enemy red, the enemy blue buff with wards. Now it's just defensive vision, so they're not looking for as many aggressive rotations, and they're just kind of watching IG play their game and not getting anything themselves.
Satai almost caught out there, but does manage to escape. Fairly tanky on the Nara as a Banshee's Veil done, actually, so going to shake off that Sejuani ult. I like that pickup quite a bit. Good rotation there for Vici. Does net them a turret as a result. Vasily, when he gets free time on structures, will take them down very swiftly.
Yeah, a lot of turret damage, as you mentioned, coming through from Lucian, despite his 500 range being a little bit scary to get an auto attack range. But when you got a Sejuani standing in the front, having all summoners available, probably much easier to do.
Yeah, plenty of peel here as Zatai still moving in, going to fight Carry as he pleases. Here, Carry building up towards his Zhonya's, you have to think, although maybe a Leandru's coming through before he does want to go in that direction. But the tie getting tankier. 8 is completed now as well for Kakao, and the transform plus Silly Andrews through for Rookie. He even powers up from the passive just then as well. All of a sudden, Rookie getting scarier and scarier.
And that's the scary thing, is the person that really benefits the most from this passive early game is Cassiopeia. Definitely has the damage advantage from the mid lane. Hasn't been pushing a 45 CS advantage against Hetong. Hetong on this Lulu hasn't been able to do a lot of work, just been pushing waves as we mentioned. It allowed the early vision to come through from Vici, but they didn't capitalize on that. And suddenly they're just left with a free farmed enemy Cassio.
Yeah, just been farming up a storm here as the tie continues to pressure Carry back. The tie, again, very strong in the mini now form, but Dragon back up in 22 seconds. That would break the tie right now and give either team their second if they chose to get it. And once again, Vici are in there first to get the vision down.
But you worry that the poke damage from Rookie, let alone the all-in damage, is going to be very, very relevant now. Every poison tick going to be applying that Leandries as well. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Specifically Sejuani, who hasn't been able to build up an Aegis of her own just yet. It's just been focusing on the cost-effective cooldown reduction and health. It seems like it's a risk to opt into a dragon fight. And remember, Cassio with Leandris, Cassio already had massively high neutral damage to either Baron or Dragon. It's just even higher now.
Oh, Kitties might be caught up there, gets tag blood. Goodlance's Tornado comes through for Mata as well. Kitties, though, will use the ulti defensively as he puts it onto her tongue, but Rookie looking for a flank around the side as well. Might have to give it up. So Ty's actually pushing, and they don't want him to teleport. Doesn't have enough Narbar here. Vici will get the second dragon, but Zatai might be able to answer with a tier 2 turret.
But it was a very defensive teleport coming through from Rumble. Wasn't really in position to get any sort of flank, and as you mentioned, Zatai gets an inner turret over second dragon. To me, that's an easy choice. You take the inner turret every day of the week. Suddenly, they just stole away the enemy blue. It feels like blue, the blue buff will be on permanently on Rookie, and they should have real lockdown on both blue buffs on the map.
That's 2 different times that they've taken towers away for dragons. It was the mid outer turret first, their very important turret in the game, which of course Vici did manage to answer as well, with the 2 turrets being that one and the bottom side one as well. But a tier 2 turret's quite a good trade in there as well for IG. So it seems like maybe the third dragon's the one they want to contest, but at least for the first 2 for Vici, they're happy to just get some trades. And there we go, a 4th turret dropping now as well.
In general, if you kind of evaluate these comps, Vici definitely have the mid-game comp with the Rumble, with Rumble especially, who definitely peaks in the mid-game, despite the fact that he's basically been free farm in this game and should hit items at a very good clip. But when we're talking about AoE-centric teams, they almost always peak in the mid-game, because once QSS, once multiple Banshees Veil, and of course we already see a Banshees Veil on Zatai, come through for IG. Layering that CC becomes so much harder. Fights get a little bit more disorganized. And you feel like Vici's comp is going to start falling away. So the fact that Hotong is in such a big CS disadvantage of the bits, now it's grown to 60 CS against the Casio. Because the damage is so there with IG, look, they have a couple of extra dragons, but at some point you're going to have to start opting into fights against this IG team. And if you dive into that Petrifying Gaze, it's not going to be a fun time for Vici.
Yeah, Rookie is exceptionally strong at this point, still stacking up the passive, picks up the blue buff, has Distortion upgrade on the Sork Shoes now as well, level 14 on Cassiopeia as well. And Vici decide they want the outer turret. That's a bit of extra gold for them to take here. Might have caught out to Ty, but he's quite tanky at this stage. Almost got a Randuin's completed, but 4 members of Vici on the top side, that'll be a turret.
I feel like this is going to be a record for latest First Blood. No First Blood at 25 minutes this game. 7 turrets down though, so the map's starting to get open.
First blood is brewing though. Hotong gets knocked up, forced to use the wild growth on himself, but ultimate comes in. Vasily gets the kill onto Casio, and Vici closed the trap wonderfully. Carry pops his Zonya's there. That's a 3rd kill already. Maybe going to be 4 clean kills. Here is the Ty getting low there. Eventually will fall. Carry gets the kill. Nobody on Vici dead, and Kid, you have to run.
Desperately poor positioning coming through from IG. Kid started the fight, moved down. 2 members caught between 5 members of Vici. They died instantly in the middle. You need to fight around your AD carry and your mid laner, even with all these escape summoners. And Vici, after the first fight of the game, stone onto Baron.
Yeah, they're going to do the EDG here. 25 minutes, win a team fight and take the Baron. And it's dead here. Kid can't defend it, just pushing in the waves, but Carry's even coming to join him now as well. And all of a sudden, a game with no kills in it at all. 4 kills for Vici and a Baron. And curiously enough, still a very slim gold lead.
Win the first team fight is the notable thing, and then win there. Just watch this engage. So you see the ultimate used onto Hotong, you think, okay, Vici are caught, but look at this choke they're fighting in. Carry basically disregards the backline who are trying to get on top of him. 2 members die in the middle. It's already a 5v2 fight at this present stage, and Nah gets a triple Nah, but it doesn't matter at this point. So I don't understand why Kakao and Zatai, the 2 frontliners of the team, were completely split away from the carries, but the result was an easy team fight win for Vici.
Yeah, they almost out-rotated themselves there. We mentioned Rookie's big damage. He was primed in that fight to wipe the floor with Vici, but just got caught out of position due to IG honestly being in very poor spots after that tower went down.
They out-rotated themselves in their own jungle. That's this crazy thing, is that they must have been thinking 3 moves ahead, but the current move was a winning one for Vici. Pick up the Baron as well. And in a game with no advantages, suddenly a 2,000 gold lead and maybe even that dragon lead will be a very relevant statistic.
Yeah, and it's how much Vici can get done with this Baron that might be the real important thing. They've got the buff for a couple more minutes. Going to start to get some aggressive vision down and really stick it to some of these inner turrets especially. Dragon will be back in a minute 45 as well, and Vici have to think they're on the rise now.
They have very high turret damage, as you can see. Carry has a lot of flexible options at this point. Because he has teleport up in a couple of seconds, he can just port back, and although Rumble has the problem where he often gets outscaled by enemy top laners and can't just stand up to them in a 1v1 in the late game. When you got Baron buff minions, it's a moot point. Rumble can happily stand toe-to-toe with Nah. So the one strategic advantage that IG spent this whole game building, the 2 outer turrets in top, is completely negated by the Baron buff. So Baron buff always important, but just with the texture of this game in 28 minutes, it's doing a lot of work for Vici.
Yeah, and Carry just went back, picked up a Void Staff there as well. Hotong, good to go with cooldown boots, but plus his 2 major items with the Athenes, plus the Rabadon's in there as well. Even Mata with a trademark Mandra's coming through, getting a couple stacks as well. Vasily now with 3 items. I mean, his build's slightly cheaper than Kid's, but Kid's a full item behind right now.
And you can see that Kid's support. Kiddies understands that he is the real only initiation option, has managed to actually build up a Righteous Glory himself, gone for basically Moby Boots, Sightstone straight into a Righteous Glory. It's not quite Annie when it comes to engage, but Kiddies is taking it on himself to make things done. This is the worrying part of the game we spoke about, is that when IG want to engage, they have so few options, it's going to have to be Kiddies.
Yeah, and Carry still split pushing here, level 16 on the Rumble, immensely strong at this present stage. Dragon back up in 20 seconds. Carry does have his teleport. He's going to buy another Blasting Wand and look to maybe port down, but Vici at this stage can probably start the Dragon without him.
You're not rushing towards the Andrew. He's probably going to be going to a Death Cap with this Blasting Wand, or potentially the Abyssal Scepter if he wants to just pump up the damage for Sejuani and Lulu. Next Dragon coming through is the 3rd Dragon. Vici as a rotational team love to pick up that 3rd Dragon to even further aid the rotations. and then start putting those aggressive walls and have a couple on the enemy red side, but none on the blue side just yet.
And IG, who look to make some good trades for the first two, don't really have anything that they can trade easily for now as well. And the Dragon's going to go down. That's Vici's third. And IG, who again started a very close game here with Vici, have lost quite a lot of control. 3,000 gold the lead now.
With the vision they've had, they're trying to rush down and break the base. That's the last thing they want to do. The Baron buff has fallen off, though.
Yeah, Kakao gets knocked up. Vasily comes in. Good trades, actually. And you can see the last Whisper doing good amounts of damage to the fairly tanky Nunu, although he doesn't have that much armor right now. And Zatai trying to push the minions out on the top side, but that's a long way to the inhibitor turret that he's pushing towards.
And it's only really Sivir that has instant wave clear. So Vici's trying to take advantage of their ward control and get damage onto both inner turrets. Mada actually tanking up the turret for a couple of shots, just to mean there was a bigger minion wave stack to open up time for Vasily to do turret damage. And not able to break the base with the Baron, but they got a lot of map control, you have to say. And look at this, we were talking about how it looked like the IG would be monopolizing the blue buff control. They actually just had Vici steal away the enemy blue, and all the neutral control from that one Baron, it goes to Vici.
Yeah, it didn't take much, but again, in any game that builds up a lot of momentum towards a big mid-game fight, it's usually the first fight that decides the game, and Vici have won the only fight that's been in the game so far. 4 kills in 30.5 minutes. What is this, Papa Smithy?
It's a quiet game pace for time. It's both teams playing very defensive, picking defensive-minded comp. Engage being at a premium. We only seen one Glacial Prison in this game. I believe there was a second one during that replay, but there was one notable Glacial Prison in the first 25 minutes, and then a second one that led to a one-team fight. So it's just been a really quiet game. Not really comps that promote action. There's no Destiny coming in. There's no really strong skirmish junglers, and the result has been a very rotational focused game.
And that has to favor Vici, you think. IG look best when they're able to be proactive. Kakao and Rookie, we talk about them as the big threats for the team. That's not to write off Zatai, Kid, or even Kitties, who are all great players in their own right, but when Kakao and Rookie rule the roost, that team tends to succeed, and that usually happens when they're both being incredibly aggressive.
So if you have any question marks about the Vici comp, it's damage in the late game, but they're now perilously close to the 4th and thus 5th dragon. So one of the win conditions for Vici here is achieving that 5th dragon and showing that everyone has those 12% multiplicative stats, and just the burn damage also coming through, the true damage. So IG need to start contesting for dragons. The Baron comes up in a minute 20. I believe dragon's about 2.5 minutes behind it. They need to start opting into dragon fights, but we've already mentioned, unless they can get ward control in that area, hard to force a fight from Vici.
And Baron up in a minute now as well. Going to mean IG have another objective on the other side of the map to worry about as well. And they've got double side stones, but maybe not enough wards for this situation, because at the end of the day, Vici is just running you around this map, and IG is struggling to keep up so far.
I mean, IG is struggling just to keep their structures up that they already have, and you can see on the minimap, there's already pink wards supremacy. They've never been able to get around Dragon to potentially put down some pink wards of their own. They're being run ragged by Vici, and they've got the Janna on the Vici side. They're already a rotational team. It suits Vici, and Vici are playing their own game.
I mean, that's the reason why Mata does see a fair amount of Janna bans. He's got plenty of individual. Oh, Dandy stole away the red buff, I think, there as well. Actually, Equalizer might start a fight. Is a tie potentially caught away from the rest of his team? We'll get the Nara ulti, but Dandy with a wonderful ultimate on top of Kid and Rookie, following with the Wild Growth as Mata's going to chase them down. He resets there with the ulti as Kakao gets knocked back in. Kid gets the kill onto Mata as they dive in, maybe a little too deep, but Dandy chasing out Rookie. Hatong will join in to try and get the kill. Eventually do get it as Polymorph goes in, and Vasily just picks up a triple kill.
And Rookie was basically assassinated by Dandy in the back line. The one solo Sejuani could deal with all of the late game damage coming through from Rookie. Rookie and Kid was out of that fight very early, just sitting in a brush, maybe only contributing the Boomerang Blade for fights. And Baron comes back, and they're already ready to pick it up.
So 2 team fights, and Vici win them both, losing only one person in the process here. Another Baron's going to come through, and again, it was a very slow 25 minutes in this game, but the last 10 have been very fast.
It was a very smart use of the Glacial Prison, held onto it, even though you saw the layering of the Equalizer. Equalizer was out. Forced to stand on it was Zatai. There was no other members that had to respect it, but the Glacial Prison actually used straight onto Cassiopeia, and then dashing over the red wall was what won them the fight. They got it onto 2 priority members, ensured there was no follow-up damage while they were freely DPSing down Zatai. And when the tanky Zatai dies for free, IG just had to go in separate ways, and they just fell apart.
And Rookie, as you look over, I saw a need to see Large Rod earlier. There's a Luden's Echo on his Cassiopeia.
I mean, it makes sense as a Cassiopeia item. You move a lot between spells. You get a lot of spell casts out. Anyone who has very short cooldowns, and of course, when you register that poison, the Twin Fang Dainto, I believe, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2 second cooldown. Luden's Echo proc should come out. Gives him a bit more wave clear as well for whenever Sivir's not grouped. So it's a decent item pick. And her AP ratios, while fine, don't demand a fast death cap. So Luden's Echo as a substitute, I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's almost a thing where it just increases some of the AoE damage. We called Cassiopeia fiercely single target before. Going to supplement a little bit of the AoE plan now as well.
But no rush towards Rylai's. Of course, Rylai's being completed would ensure that the Leandris was always proccing for the full duration rather than the half duration when you don't have any CC effects down. I would have preferred to see the Rise just because, I mean, Rookie, even with a some relative tankiness from the Seraph Embrace shield, is getting DPS down quite fast. Is a short-range mage, so he needs to fight in the front lines. Usually you need the likes of Abyssal Scepter and Rylai's to team fight well as a Cassiopeia, but going for the much more greedy, high AP build.
Yeah, really relying on positioning here at this stage of the game, and it's cost Rookie in the only 2 fights that have been in this game. He's been killed twice now very quickly in the early stages of those team fights. And Dragon back up in 5 seconds now. Vici are already lined up for it. And again, it's been a quiet game, but Vici have just overtaken 8,000 gold ahead now.
But the crazy thing to me is despite only having Sejuani as a frontline, it's actually been Lucian's been able to put out the consistent damage in these fights. Has 4 AD items already. 4th Dragon DPS down almost instantly by Vasily. So much work has been done on Dandy as a solo frontline tank, and it's opened up Lucian to put out more damage than a Sivir. I did not think that would be the case when the Sivir has Gnar, Nunu, and Nautilus in the front line, but we've seen 2 fights. One where IG were hopelessly out-rotated, and the other one where the Glacial Prison just completely locked them down. Righteous Glory popped, but don't think they're going to find anything.
Yeah, they're trying to chase Dandy. Even the Sivir ultimate popped as well, but all for naught there, unfortunately, as Carry continuing to push on the top side of the map. Now has a death cap, plus a blue elixir ready to go as well. Hatong, with almost a Lich Bane completed, is pushing in aggressively towards the turret as well. Rookie will come in to clear out the Baron Dart minions, but IG are running out of things to defend. Yeah,
Hatong doing his best Twisted Fate impression, of course, loves to rush the Lich Bane and start the split push. Just went for split push even without teleport. That's why you saw the On the Hunt and the Righteous Glory pop. They knew it would be a 5v4 at worst in that situation. But it's hard to lock down the Piggy. Despite the big model size, got the Arctic Assault, had Flash available, able to get away easily.
You can see Hatong kind of just zipping through the lanes here between bot and mid, using the Whimsy to speed himself up. Even has Home Guard boots just to get between the lanes once he does go back home to shop for that Lich Bane. QSS done on Vasily now as well means he'll be dishing up maximum damage in any sort of team fight. So any hope of maybe catching him in a Cassiopeia ult or a Gnar ultimate, even that's too hard now.
I mean, he still has to respect the depth charge because QSS doesn't work against the knock-up effect. But every other CC, even the Gnar, it's still a bit of a... It's still a really bad situation if he eats the Gnar, because of course the base damage between the Boulder Toss and the Gnar is very high. But he's able to get out of any CC effects. Very hard to catch him. Petrifying Gaze, to be honest, has been a moot point this whole game. But QSS, especially in a snowball situation where he has an extra AD item and a QSS to match this, the Spectre's Cow coming through from Kid. Man, he has so much more gold than Kid. Just looking down, we're talking 2,500, 3,000 gold more than Kid.
And I wish I'd noticed this earlier. Cacao has a Face of the Mountain. That's the gold generating item.
We've seen Nunu's go pretty supportive with their builds. Mikhail's was a common pick, but this is something I was waiting to see. If you've got such high health values, you can opt into it, but I think we're going to see a fight.
Yeah, red buff there, going to get taken away. I think I think Cacao might have gotten it here, but no, Vasily looks to have it. Cacao's forced to flush over the wall, and Vici going to force IG out.
But they do draw out the teleport from Carry, so maybe they'll be able to take advantage of that. Zatai still has his teleport available. Now that Baron is no longer riding, he should be able to 1v1 Carry in an off lane, but the push is going to continue.
And as again, still looking at that Nunu saying, yep, that's still definitely a Face of the Mountain.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you're stacking high health values, donating a 500, 600 shield, which in these days of Cinderhulk is a possibility, isn't a bad call. Mikhail's would have been another option. That's what we saw Beast doing quite frequently for Snake and for Crystal in particular. But Face of the Mountain, I don't mind it as a purchase. I mean, you might want to buy it straight up. You just buy a Kindle Gem, then finish the item. But it's something different.
Yeah, I think it must have been that way, because I think I would have seen a Relic Shield hanging out in Cacao's inventory, but it's cute. I even like that you can consume minutes to just execute them, sorry, as Rookie solos out Hatong very comfortably.
And that was a flash into the Petrifying Gaze, possibly even cancelling the animation. And hey, he does a lot of damage, and you saw that Register died during the duration of the 1.5 second stun.
And that's not a long stun, so Rookie not kidding around when it comes to the DPS here, maybe even moving into the Rylai's finally with a blasting one there in the inventory. Again, with that passive Cassiopeia build, absolute mountains of AP, but it's just one pick there for IG, but they'll try and make the most of it.
Yeah, what will they get out of it, though? Still a minute till Baron spawns. Dragon about 2 minutes behind that. There's no obvious advantage to pick up. There's no easy turrets, even. We're going to see the replay. Just watch what happens here. I mean, Hatong just doesn't expect it and then dies to triple Twin Fang and a couple of Luden's Echo proc. Notably, in about a second, there was 2 Luden's Echo procs to show you just how fast Cassiopeia puts out those spells.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, actually, from Luden's Echo. So impressive to see Rookie come up with quite a creative build there. Blue buff going to get stolen away here as well. Vici Gaming, it was only one pick, but it might have cost them a little too much here. Baron up in 35. Dragon going to follow in a minute 40 from now. But Vasily Amada going to push in the turret, and Zatai is the only one here to defend.
Yeah, Vasily tried to disregard Na, but look at this Na. It actually has a Trinity Force built up at this point. So while it's no Thornmail, they have to respect the damage from Na, so the rotation comes to nothing for Vici.
IG's comp looking stronger and stronger as we move in to the later stages of this game. 40 minutes have elapsed now, and we talked about it being a quiet game. Vici have played very methodically to get themselves to quite a strong lead, but they might have just spent a little too much time in this game. Even Kakao, 4,000 health almost on the Nunu.
We're a minute away from the 5th Dragon pressure coming through from Vici.
Dandy coming in, good ulti there, lands on Kakao. Kakao will get melted down there as Hatong gets the kill. Depth touch in the back onto Hatong, but too much damage there from Carry. Vasily following in as well, and they're just cleaning house here. Rookie gonna go down as well, so Tai will make it a 3rd kill, I believe, for Vasily. No, just Hatong with the double, but that's 5 for 1.
Yeah, 5 for 1, and Vasily was free hitting the whole fight. The equalizer from Carry was majestic, splitting the team up, and with these long death times, 50 seconds for Rookie, this should be the end of the game, even with just 1 minion.
Yeah, Hatong able to tank it up as well, going to give some good shield. So is Mata over to Carry. Plenty of Magi stacks there as well. Mata using his flash, I think signals that the game at this point is probably over. Vasily going to shred through the remaining structures, and Vici Gaming, with only 16 kills in a 40-minute game, take the first.
It was a bizarre game pastry time. We talked
be hitting the ban list once again.
And, I mean, you saw Rookie on your screen. He looked a bit puzzled as to what happened that game. It felt like a lot of that game was in rotations rather than kills. And IG, they just had no answer to the game plan from Vici.
Well, we'll see if IG can play a little bit more at their pace in the next one. But as we go to a break, when we return, we'll have Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Vici Gaming. Everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL Spring Playoff Quarterfinals. My name is Julian Time Car. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And it was a fairly long game, but at the end of the day, Vici just rolled all over IG.
40-minute game, 10-minute pause, but there's so little action to dissect. So there's one bone I have to pick, Vici Time. The champion select coming through from Invictus Gaming. I just don't know what they were thinking there, Vici Time. Let's just talk about the draft a little bit when we get into it, but I feel like that was more a misdraft from IG, meaning that when the game actually got going, they just had no answers.
Yeah, I mean, some definitely poorly executed fights on their part as well, and some great capitalization by Vici as well. Meant that we had about 3 team fights, and that was all the game needed. Took 25 minutes for the game to start, but again, both teams warming up. The first game in a best of 5, always such a big factor when determining momentum. So you have to think Vici, especially as they learn their opponents more, are going to start to pick up the pace and snowball their momentum.
Yeah, but dubious honor of the latest first blood of any game in the LPL so far this season. It came in the playoffs of all places. I mean, Vici just got to play their game, and Invictus Gaming with the comp they had with such low initiation against the disengage of Janna, what proved to be more the disengage of the Glacial Prison than necessarily as an engage tool, and the Lulu picking no engage against that comp. Basically, we saw the effectively had to go for a Righteous Glory on the North just to find any hopes of engage, meant that Vici could keep rotating around, taking turrets, and IG, when they wanted to make their stand, they could just never force a fight.
And for me, IG have always looked best when being proactive with Kakao, with Rookie, and just getting in there. Even Kiddies can get aggressive if he wants to, and we'll see if they change things up at all. I'd like to see IG play a bit more their style, maybe even use all of their carries, both Satai and Rookie, to really get in there and start some things off. We've seen Kakao play Gragas for most of the end of the LPL. Gragas would have been great there.
So he was on Nunu duty. They went for that very early. That's fine. But then you realize the fact that, okay, you have Na. Na's a fairly poor single tank just because he needs some setup CC before he can really be useful in the front line. The Na ultimate needs a bit of setup, needs someone else diving in with him to get going. But who was that person? Was it Nautilus, who can just be split away with the Monsoon? It definitely wasn't Nunu, who wants to be fighting around the AD carry. And the result was when they wanted to press the go button, they couldn't find it because they didn't have one.
Well, we'll see if IG can find it this draft. They ban away Rek'Sai on the blue side. There is their first one. Vici answer with Rookies LeBlanc being put back into the banned list as well. Nearly another ban there for IG, consistently banning 2 junglers against Dandy, and as they ban there as well. I believe 4 same bans done already.
All I'm looking for from IG, the path for me, will just be a comp that has an identity. When you saw the disengage coming through from the Janna in the second round of picks for Vici, go for some poke, because of course Janna's going to be strong at resetting fights. You can't necessarily pick dive when Janna's selected. So go for some poke, go for a comp with some identity. Instead, Vici got what they wanted, rotated around the map, and IG just had nothing. No kind of trumps to be talked about. They're going for a team fight last pick, when team fights were just going to be so difficult with the previous 4 picks they had.
Yeah, Maokai banned there as well. So IG sticking to their guns from the game 1 draft here. Vici wonder if they'll look to adapt, and they will, banning away Sejuani on the red side. First pick it for Dandy in game 1. Do not want to give it to Kakao.
Yeah, so very strong priority onto them. First picking, then banning away the Sejuani. What will IG first pick? We've seen Hecarim be a consideration. Siva's been very popular. The Gragas, though, okay. Finally, they have a champion that really opens up multiple strategies. We've said that Gragas, one of his greatest strengths is opening up turret damage comps to make them turret sieging comps. Because again, there's champions like Lucian who do so much turret damage, but to get into 500 range is risky. Throw out that explosive cast for displacement, and then take down objectives. So they've got some strategic options here. Can disengage, can engage fights. Much prefer that over the Nunu, but of course, that leaves up the Yeti for Vici.
Yeah, Vici might go full disengage. Love the Gragas throw from Kakao. Nice and proactive is the main difference for me, is why I like to see him on these sort of champions. Vici considering some of their options, though, going to look through. Dandy seems like he wants Nunu. He's going to lock it in, and Mata's going to get Thresh.
And look, I don't mind. It's not a terrible situation here for IG, but I mean, just coming back to the last game, instead of Cassio, why don't you go for the Xerath? When you have wave clear with that champion, you can do long range damage, and you actually forced Sejuani to get into the backline. The fact that you could use the ultimate defensively is what kind of unsettled that comp. They just had no long range threat. Cassio, too short range, suits more of a team fight comp. So in this situation, when you see Kite, but also engage from Vici, you have multiple options. Kallista's open in this situation. Kid, He loves the Kalista, but they have a 30% win rate with it, and they go to it again.
Yeah, I mean, Civ are open as well, but instead they'll take Kalista. Lulu there as well for IG. Probably going to be a top laner there for Ztybit, potentially a mid, or of course the support there as well. Plenty of flexibility. IG's first 3 picks, mostly ambiguous, I guess, especially with the Lulu being thrown in there, but Vici going to see what they want to do now.
I just don't understand you have a draft where Kalista's available, but Urgot's available as well, and you opt into the Kalista. The laning matchup is going to be horrible for Kid, although we have seen some people successfully navigate it if they can get the strong push on at level 1. Vici have multiple options here. They can look towards the mid lane, the top lane. Hecarim's up, and Hecarim's locked in.
Hecarim's fairly safe as far as top laner picks go, especially blind, so Carry will take that one away. Vasily going to go back to Urgot. I love that they're picking them together. Just so Hecarim could supplement the slightly lower damage Urgot with a bit more carry potential of his own.
And it's what we saw from EDG. We mentioned in the previous series. EDG, game 1 yesterday, all their damage sources were effectively Urgot and Hecarim, and the Hecarim deals so well with the enemy AD carry and can just DPS them down, then can constantly put out those Trinity Force procs, especially if you go for the teleport smite build that really opens up Hecarim to just completely ruin an immovable carry's day.
And I wonder what Rookie wants to play. We've got Annie here potentially as well. Annie Kalista, very good lane, nice and strong. See a flash of the Janna there as well, which might mean, oh no, that would still make sense, sorry. Potentially picking a support away. IG flick some things around and they settle on Janna and Twisted Fate as their final picks.
Twisted Fate as their last pick is a super interesting one. It's finally a proactive mid laner coming through from Rookie. It's a blind pick, though, which is always a risky proposition. Ahri is available. Ahri would be a strong pick in this situation, but it also opens up a potential Kassadin pick. Might have to take Teleport to match the global presence, but Kassadin has a 100% win rate since we've seen the changes on 5.6. Saw Pawn heroically step back into the lineup and do massive things on that champion yesterday, and it's at least being seriously considered here.
Yeah, Hetong, I don't remember if he's an Ahri player. We know Rookie, of course, is a big on that champion, but Hetong might just keep it on comfort. Analyst rapidly pointing at Marta's screen, and he swaps back to Kassadin at the last second.
So they had those 2 options considered, obviously, deeply considering the Cho'Gath. Difficult to hit CC specifically onto Kid because he's going to be hopping around with the Martial Poise. So he went for the more reliable option of the Kassadin. Haven't seen much Kassadin in a long time from Hetong, but the strength on this patch seems to be consistent.
And again, adding some more damage to supplement the Urgot. So I like that teams know where to move around their CC and damage. If you have Urgot, move it to your other lanes. We saw Carry more damage for his top lane last game because Hetong was along with the utility champion. This time it's Vasily, so they move a bit more damage back into the mid lane.
And they needed someone that could really pressure Twisted Fate. And if they had gone for the Urgot middle, although you have kill pressure because of Twisted Fate's low base stats, the wave push advantage for Twisted Fate over the Urgot is such that he can exit lane quite happily.
And Katika, Cal versus Dandy, Gragas versus Nunu should be quite the jungle matchup. And Rookie on Twisted Fate, much more proactive, but Kassadin always looming in the background.
But if those first few Destinies do go through and can snowball other lanes while Kassadin's ramping up, it still could be a good lane there for Rookie.
Yeah, we see Kalista Urgot there as well for the AD carries. And support now as Kitty steals away the Janna, but actually got gifted it by Mato, who wanted to play Thresh instead.
I mean, that's the big consideration, that they were happy for once to sacrifice the Janna. Such a high win rate on that champion, but second most pick, it's the Thresh, so probably going to be happy with that result.
Yeah, Mata, an absolutely fantastic Thresh player as well. I mean, we could say that a lot about Mata just in general, I feel like.
I mean, Mata, he's one of the best supports in the world, the MVP of the 2014 World Championships. No introductions required for Mata.
No, not too many at least. And Vici, they looked strong in the first game despite how slow it was. We'll see if they can pick the pace up a little bit more. And so we're going to get straight onto the riff for game 2. And here we are for the second game between Invictus Gaming and Vici Gaming. Vici up 1-0 here in this best of 5 in the LPL Spring Playoff Quarterfinals. The winner, of course, of this match goes on to face EDG, but we're a long way from that so far.
But the ironic thing is the identities of these two comps have kind of shifted, as now it's Invictus Gaming that have the rotational comp. They're going to have Lulu pushing hard in the top. Definitely going to have a advantage in a 1v1 lane, although we've seen a lot of teleport smite lane swaps going on to avoid those 1v1 situations. Twisted Fate going to apply so much pressure. We already mentioned that teams hate to give Hetong that champion just because it already expands on what is the standard gameplay mode of Vici, who love their rotational play. The only difference is that they don't have necessarily the Lucian Graves early power spike from Kalista, but we've already mentioned 2 items. She might be the strongest AD carry with 2 items in the league. So Invictus Gaming taking a page out of Vici Gaming's playbook.
Yeah, Rookie going for double mobility. Someone is once again as well on the Twisted Fate. You can see teleports there for both the top lanes, but Carry, of course, on the Hecarim, going to opt in for the Smite as well.
So we've seen a lot of weird lane swap situations being going on, specifically in that EDG versus WE series yesterday. One thing we saw is that even in favorable 2v2 lane matchups, EDG were happy to initiate a lane swap. Even in the Urgot versus Kalista matchup, initiate the lane swap just to open up space for Hecarim to use that Smite to go for a very fast jungle follow and stay out of lane. And it seems like in this situation, yeah, it is a red side lane swap. This is all about letting Hecarim exit lane and pick up camps wherever possible, because you have to expect the freeze coming through from Kid. That's plenty of time for jungling.
Yeah, exhaust they use on the Kiddies. Carry getting low, but Jana a bit too aggressive, trying to at least poke them away from the blue buff. We'll track them for now, maybe force Carry back, but at the end of the day, Kiddies just using the summoner spell for almost no gain.
Yeah, but look, he didn't need to be in lane. The freeze had already been set on by Kid, so actually forcing Carry to go back. He's already used his Smite, so the thing that Smite opens up as a jungle, as a top lane Hecarim with Smite is to pick up 2 camps very early, get a very early load of experience. So even if IG choose to push in the lane, you're very close to level 3. Now that he has to back, his jungle follow is going to be slower, and just the results, it just delays those power spikes from Hecarim that little bit.
Rookie in the mid lane, you can see doing nice harass onto Hetong, really bullying the melee Kassadin, and this is going to be generally true of Twisted Fate. Any lane where he can happily push in and pick cards constantly and just do damage to you as well is a happy lane for Twisted Fate.
Instant locked 3 gold cards in a row, so definitely got those mechanics down pat. Just trying to harass Kassadin as much as possible. If you can afford to push lane in this hard, and remember, you're against a Nunu who doesn't have the strongest gank pressure, it opens up situations like this where they can freely do this early dragon, and just with this lane pressure, with the minions pushing in so aggressively, Kassadin can't hope to rotate towards it. And in general, you know that Nunu's been jungling on the top side.
Yeah, Mata coming down as well, knows that Rookie's been a bit too aggressive. Dandy going to come in as well. Rookie's going to pop the ghost. Mata will line up the hook, but goes in for the flash flare, tries to find the hook, but the rest of IG here now as well. Only level 2 is Cacao, gets a double knockup. Dandy gets stunned as well by a gold card and Twisted Fate. Gonna get the first blood as Mata getting chased as well. Flays Cacao away with the gold card coming in again. Mata gets knocked up one more time. Zatai gets that second kill, and IG get everything.
And Vici were just far too aggressive in face-checking multiple members from Invictus Gaming. They knew they were at Dragon. They would have seen the level up and the indication that the Dragon had come through, but they went for the fight anyway, and they paid for it.
They really did. Their Rookie getting a kill and an assist, going to go back. Boots and a Fiendish Codex finished all ready for this TF, and he's was pretty far ahead in CS of Hetong, sorry. Now catching up under Turret as he has to go back, but this will not last.
The consistent CC coming through from IG was the big factor. That's the thing. The second, the third gold card, that's what gave them kill pressure. Twisted Fate so strong with those double mobility summoners. And suddenly Vici on the back foot.
Yeah, Rookie level 4 now, moving in towards the 6s. In the top lane, Vasily getting some good aggression down. Zatai only level 2 though, has to flash away, but Mata hooks him after the flay, and Mata actually going to get the kill.
That was actually a really poor flash from Zatai. There was no, it wasn't looking to flash a skill shot that was being thrown out, so it just allowed the instant flay into death sentence. That was his death.
Yeah, Rookie has double buffs now though, so things starting to cause problems in the mid lane of the map. Hetong actually going for a blasting one, maybe just for a bit of extra wave clear, or maybe trying to fight, but I have bad news for you, Hetong. Right now, you cannot fight this Twisted Fate.
No, definitely not. Has the blasting one, gives him a bit more range clear, especially if you're maxing force pulse. It actually helps you push the wave back as well, but with the double buffs especially, the lane control being so much in Rookie's advantage, even though he was ganked, means that when that level 6 comes around, he's going to have so much space to use the Destiny.
Yeah, and getting good pressure onto the turret now as well, constantly throwing cards and harassing Hetong. You can see why Dandy wanted to gank him before. Rookie's been playing so far up in this lane just to harass Hetong, but his team was there when they needed him. He's got plenty of mobility. Someone is not, okay, not so right now, but Rookie is playing very aggressively. This is where he excels.
And look, he doesn't really have to respect the ganking pressure from Nunu, so that's why he defaulted to playing so aggressively. It's all about showing aggression and then disappearing off the map, because now, of course, he's not sitting in a ward. He can go for any sort of roam. He has the Destiny available, and it's the jungle mid lane roam.
Oh, Master, they're going to get stunned up now as well. Kakao even moving through, but Dandy's here as well. Rookie might be able to find a killer. Kakao still getting CC'd up. Rookie now going to get too low as Dandy and Hatong turn their attention. Kakao gets the kill. Kitties just comes in to shield, but it doesn't quite get there, and Kid going to keep hopping in. Kakao, another double slam though. Hatong not quite level 6, is forced to flash away. Kitty's coming in. Kid gets the Ren though to kill Hatong. Now chasing it onto Dandy. Another knockout comes through. Double tornado moving in as well. Kid gets a double kill.
Dandy not respecting the early damage coming through from Kalista. Another kill trait goes to the advantage of IG, even though it looked like IG had bitten off more than they could chew.
And Kakao's Gragas, you can see the difference it makes when he's able to make plays on a champion. That was about 4 different double two-man body slams in a row.
The two-man body slams and the two-man Howling Gales as well coming through from the Janna. So yeah, the CC train was actually really impressive, and IG a big advantage, 2.3k gold at 7 minutes.
And Rookie, I think, looking for Morello Nomicon possibly there as his first early purchase. So once the early CDR, might even see the cooldown boots that started getting a bit more popular on Twisted Fate. Hatong actually quite likes that build from memory. Zatai, though, level 4 has sort of been the benefactor of a lot of problems, I guess, unfortunately. Level 4 only really struggling for farm, but Carry's sort of in the same position, and good news for IG. Rookie, he's very strong.
And in general, it's really only a solo magic damage lineup coming through from Vici. It's only really Kassadin for magic damage, and its bases aren't that high. You only need to respect Kassadin's magic damage in the late game, so just go for the cheaper choice, the Snowball Morellonomicon, and get those Destinies rolling.
You can see the aggressive vision being put out by Kakao and Kitties as well. Moving in towards the blue side, pushing out the vision as well. Dragon will be back in a minute 30. Hatong comes in to claim his blue off, and IG, interestingly, they're actually going to give it to them.
Yeah, they forced the lane rotation, so Urgot's now back in the bottom side, ready for Dragon. Of course, Urgot very, very strong at skirmishing at this part of the game.
Kitties gets hooked. The Kalangale does come through. Vasily rejoins in, though, and Dandy's going to pick up a kill.
Yeah, they could have actually passed that kill over to Vasily, but they just kind of haphazardly left it up to Dandy. So he gets the kill credit. Not ideal kill distribution, but he was quite behind after dying twice. There's a Destiny.
Zatai looking for a dive. It's because Twisted Fate's coming through. Rookie will pop the ghost. Carry trying to buy some space. If it's stunned, still comes through. Joined in by the polymorph, and Carry looking to go down. Actually, ultis Rookie out of the way. Gets the trade kill, but Rookie does go down.
He actually pinged 6 due to creeps dying to the turret during the turret dive. That's why they couldn't factor that in. They called for the gank before 6. The Terrified gives them a lot of kill bounty because, of course, the experience definitely in the advantage of Rookie. Actually gets a lot out of that Carry.
Smart stuff by Carry, buying enough time to ding 6, and then wonderful play to get a 1v1 trade in a very awkward situation. Rookie's first Destiny does get a kill, but maybe not quite as cleanly as he would have liked.
No, not quite as cleanly at all. Definitely holds him behind. Has the Morellonomicon completed now, but it's more free time for Kassadin in the mid lane. 20 CS behind, despite Twisted Fate leaving the lane. Hatong definitely going to be hitting those power spikes a lot later than Pawn yesterday.
Kid and Kitty's now going to keep rotating in. Rico Bow actually up quickly for Kid. Might be looking for a fast Hurricane. Vasily, Brutalizer plus Tear of the Goddess moving through now as well. So getting stronger as everyone pretty much here. Hatong even moving in towards his Rod of Ages. Rookie done with his Morellonomicon now as well. Zatai looking for the same item as well. No chalices today apparently. More aggression coming through for the IG mages.
So you might be surprised to see the return of the Hurricane first Kalista, which is what we're thinking with the Berserker Greaves into the recurve bow. But there's a couple of factors this game that actually make it quite a strong purchase. People have been moving towards Bloodthirster just because in long laning phases, as a short range carry, it's nice to have the sustain advantage. It helps you in the laning phase situation. But in this particular game, we've seen a lot of rotations and fights in the early game, so of course Hurricane opens up potential Ren sets. But even simpler, the one disadvantage of Urgot in a lane is his ability to be pushed into, his counter pushing. If he has to use his mana pool to push in the minion wave, he just has to fire Acid Hunters to trim minions. He doesn't have as much mana to trade, so pushing in is one of the best strategies against Urgot. It's one of the reasons that Caitlyn is a very strong laning option against the Urgot. So of course, although Kalista doesn't have innate wave pushing, just go for that Hurricane and just keep pushing in waves and then rotate for the fights that Hurricane really looks good in.
Makes sense as Kakao Trying to get some vision around for this next dragon. Did clear out quite a few wards, but going to start the second dragon up for IG. Rookie's already rotated in. Everybody available. Both Carry and Zatai have their teleports, but IG have aggressively started this dragon. They're on top of it. The Ren's in there as well. They should be able to take it away. Zatai teleports into a very safe spot. Pops them off there with the ulti, Will Gragas, but now kind of trapped in the pit. What can IG do as Carry dives straight in the back? There's Zatai getting low, but uses the wild growth. Dandy going to get low as well. Fate's Call just in time to dodge the absolute 0 damage, but Vici still too much damage coming in. Hetong dives in onto Kid and gets the kill, and a 3-for-1 win there for Vici.
Yeah, IG really didn't think that all through. They knew they could pick up the dragon. It was smart use of the explosive cast to guarantee dragon, but when you use that important cooldown to disengage the jungle, you don't have it up for the fight, and all the consistency. See the swap coming through from Vasily, the earlier power spikes coming through just from the fact that it's Urgot. We'll see in this replay. IG just lambs to the slaughter at this point. There's nothing Rookie can do. He does live longer because, of course, the wild growth comes through, but you're fighting against an Urgot who does so much base damage with the Acid Hunters and just a bit of armor penetration. Fighting in the front line, you're against a Cassin who's able to rift walk out even with no big items completed, and the item snowballs start to come. There's the Rod of Ages quite early for Hetong.
Yeah, good part time there. Under 12 minutes to pick that one up, despite how poorly the early landing phase was going there as well. Rookie does have his cooldown boots down as well, so quite strong, but much better in any sort of laning phase or skirmish situation. Not so much in the Dragon Pit. Carry, though, will get polymorphed away. Rookie trying to go in, but Carry, devastating charges activated. Rookie will chasing with the Ghost. Does find the stun. Damage comes through. Slow from Zatai, and that kill goes to Zatai.
Oh, the Lantern was coming. Mata almost was able to react. Does have the mobility boots, but not fast enough. And yeah, the Ghost, that's the big equalizer with no mana, and crucially, the Onslaught Charge not available. Nothing Carry could do.
And Carry just gets his Skirmisher Saber and the Cinderhawk done now as well. So a little bit behind in his early item build, potentially. Hetong off to a decent start as well. As we see, even Vasily moving through nicely. Dandy going to take the Lantern. Mata lining up a kill on Zatai. An amazing flay plus Boxer. Hook landing in as well. Dandy channels his ulti, and Zatai will go down. No! Not enough damage there, unfortunately. The Wild Growth just saving him.
Yeah, Dandy actually fell really low during that exchange, so had to back away. Cassidy was in range, but Cacao there to relieve pressure, and no kill credit comes through for Vici.
That early Aegis from Cacao means that he can pretty aggressively go on top of Hetong, and Rookie going to get free time on this turret. Takes it out with one last blue card there, and that's going to open up space for Rookie, which is a very scary proposition for Vici.
I was going to say one of the scariest things in League of Legends is when a champion with as low base stats and great as roaming as Twisted Fate actually takes out your turret himself. When you don't have turret advantage against Twisted Fate, you have to hang so far back because you have to respect gank pressure in the mid. Of course, he's a great lane to gank for with basically very reliable instant CC coming through from the gold card, and then roams so well as well. So Cassidy always going to be in the back foot in this lane. Now going to have to be on the back foot under his turret. 13 minutes in.
Another Kitties got himself killed. Invictus Gaming not interested in that happening again, so instead Hetong will eventually ride in here as Dandy holds the buff for him, and Cassidy is able to take it away.
It's one of the disadvantages of the comp that Vici's chosen. Lulu's always going to have more lane pressure than a Hecarim, especially if you're not taking a combat summoner. You're actually taking that smite to help with your jungle pathing. Cassidy is always going to get pushed in by Rookie, especially when you have a jungle with such low ganking pressure as Nunu, so able to just basically disregard the Nunu and completely push in the lane. Only and now take out
pretty thin with his build, to be honest. Has the Rico BF sword. Never too sure about how this build really works out. We can understand their theory behind it, but really splitting the difference on the Hurricane and the BT.
I'm not a big fan of choosing between these two items, you know, building parts of both of them, just because then you sets and the push at the next dragon fight. You don't actually have either recipe. You don't have all the power that comes through with the completions. So you're just stuck between two items that make you so powerful, but with neither of them, you just don't really provide either lane control and team fighting or necessarily sustain. So you're just kind of hoping that no one wants to opt into a fight till you have one of them.
Yeah, just sort of delaying the build here. I mean, I do get it. Kalista does both need the lifesteal and some attack damage and the attack speed, so this is the cheapest way to get all of that, but it is a little bit awkward for sure. Zatai pushing in aggressively towards the top lane.
But commit to one. Get the power of pushing or the power of sustain. Don't have both of them and desperately hope that the game won't be played on your terms, that you'll actually be the one to choose when the fights happen, because then reactively, you just don't provide anything.
Yeah, Kid pushing in the bottom side. The Invictus Gaming starting to do very meaningful damage to these outer turrets. The bottom one will fall here as Kid and Kitties team up with Vici, going back for his Glacial Shroud. They're keying up for the next dragon fight. And Zatai, good pressure on the top side, goes back himself, heads back towards the top lane, but his teleport's ready to go. Dragon back up in 50 seconds.
So Urgot loves to build Glacial Shroud, and you look down this lineup, Kalista attack speed based, Twisted Fate to a large degree has that stacked deck, so does love to build up attack speed as well. And Lulu very auto attack centric, so Frozen Heart has been doing triple duty in this situation, also going to put him down towards 40% CDR, where you're able to get the maximum amount of Acid Hunters with your lock-on Nox and Corrosive Charge. I believe 37.5% CDR or more gets you the maximum damage output, and because you're all about your base values and armor pen, that's a great place for Vici to be.
It is indeed, and Dragon up in 20 seconds. We'll see if IG are going to take their third, or Vici can finally stop that snowball and stop IG in their tracks. And just casually looking up, actually, IG have a pretty substantial lead. Only just noticed, but the towers, and even though the kills are even, the tower advantage here and just some general CS, maybe even the loaded dice from Rookie helping out as well. That's 4,000 gold ahead already for Invictus Gaming.
We definitely need to mention CS. The 80 carries are even, which you have to give the advantage to Kalista in that situation. That she's managed to even CS with Urgot, which is such a great laning matchup for the Urgot. Mid lane, as expected, been pushed in the whole time, so Caston's been doing what he can. The big difference is the jungle. 79 to 43 is a massive CS advantage for Gragas.
And look at the difference in items here. We've both got Cinderhogs and completed jungle items, but a completed Locket for Cacao in this fight versus just the components of the Aegis here. Zatai even going to get the top tower. Is forced to use the ulti as Carry gets aggressive, but Zatai not particularly afraid. Carry, though, level 11, might try and dive in onto Lulu, but instead we're going to have a 4v4 around the Dragon.
I mean, look, Vici are getting punished for 2 losing lane matchups and just a low-pressure jungler. Dandy wasn't able to relieve any pressure because he was the one under pressure for most of this early jungle phase. Died twice in very quick succession around the first 8 minutes. Vici started the Dragon, but Cacao, he's waiting on quietly.
Yeah, Kitties and Cacao waiting in. The ultimate pop there by Twisted Fate. They are going to go in, and Lulu looking to port as well, but Carry's also coming in. They'll pull them off here. Carry does have his ultimate. Cacao getting nice and aggressive as Twisted Fate's gone all the way around the back for a flank here. He just needs to find somebody. Probably wants to lock down her tongue if he can. Maybe Vici as well. And Rookie a bit caught out of position. Master going to flash hook forward, but he misses.
So Twisted Fate's going to come into this fight from the backside.
Cacao comes in, gets hopped into the back. Though great ulti as Kid takes out Marta. Danny going to go down low as well. Ulti resets for Kitties, and Rookie's in the backline, stunning people away. Cacao trying to fight Rookie. Forced to flash away, but too tanky there. Carry goes in, does get the kill, but gets killed himself. Hetong actually going off in this fight, getting so many kills. Vici coming back and will take out Kid, and Vici turn it around. Zatai gets the polymorph, but Vici should be able to take him away. Oh my god, it's a massive fight here. IG get their ulti back, but Vici completes the ace.
Was that the second wild growth? Was it long enough fight for that? That's crazy to me, pastry time. But Vici, despite not maxing that shield second, still very tanky with the extra mana coming through, and put out the damage to take him down through wild growth. You see the power of skirmishing with an early game Urgot.
Yeah, and Hetong, you could see when Cassidy does get into the fight, level 11 at least there for Hetong. He did so much damage before he died.
I mean, Carry as well was doing a big burst of damage, almost got a double kill himself when he finally used that cooldown, the Onslaught Shadows, late into the fight. It was a close one, but for the second time in a row, Vici won a fight despite being 5k gold behind.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. This fight was very long.
So we'll wait to the replay. Marta had already missed his death sentence in this situation, so the fight was long and unorganized. It's broken up. Marta falls really fast. Dandy falls as well. So it's quickly a 5v3 page time. So you think, okay, that's going to be in the advantage of IG, but at this point, we see Urgot's been completely chased away from the fight. I thought he was dead at this point. I didn't realize that he was still alive, but Hetong's putting out consistent damage. That Riftwalk already on a low cooldown. Then Vici shows up at half health with mana, and there's just not much you can do in this situation. Flashed away, but still died to Zatai.
And IG back on his Dragon, trying to still get their third. Hetong, though, will dive into the back. Rookie gets a steal as Dandy will take the Dragon away. Cacao, wild growth in the middle of the fight as Rookie and Kid trying to find a way back in, but Cassidy always going forward here, and Vasily does swap somebody in. Dandy turns his ulti as Kakao goes down. Kid looking for a kill, finds it onto Mata. Now IG going to keep going in. Rookie finding in there with a gold card, gets a kill into Urgot. Carry coming back in there, but will go down to Twisted Fate as he gets a double kill. And Rookie does have his ultimate. Will he chase in? He's low on mana. Does not do it.
So Kalista was pressured enough to blow his flash at the start of the fight to respect the death sentence, but then got to freely auto-attack and suddenly has shown up with both those core items we talk about, the 2-item power spike from Kalista, outdoing whatever Urgot wanted to do. And that's the thing, when you're able to take out these fights, you've got high attack speed Kalista and Twisted Fate, the master of doing turret damage from the mid. So those turrets, they go quickly.
And Vici, they got the dragon, but they still don't have any turrets. They've won a couple of exchanges, and they've been so many kills already in this game, but IG, of all teams, have been the one to convert those advantages.
Well, the weight of global gold is just really working out for IG, and again, it comes back to the champions that we talked about in the first game. It felt like IG picked themselves into a corner where they didn't have poke or enough team fight to deal with the kite comp coming out from Vici, who rotated super well. In this game, picking losing lanes and a Nunu has just meant that they've never had any map control whatsoever, and although the very bloody fights have twice gone in their advantage, they were so close that there was no objectives to be gotten from them.
And they're so far behind in gold, almost 8,000 gold already in this situation, and IG continue to snowball objectives here. Twisted Fate going in for a Lich Bane, you have to think there with the Shin. Zon is already completed for Rookie, so lots of engaged potential now. Twisted Fate can go in with Reckless Abandon if he wants to, and as long as they pin down Hatong, IG don't really have anything to worry about.
And the scary thing is that one of the cornerstones of a Vici Gaming win is that ward control, and once again they have wonderful ward control, but consider they have to spend their gold on these wards. So what is a 7k gold lead already for IG is actually implicitly larger because they've been spending so much more gold, Vici, on Vision than IG has.
And Kakao getting big Zatai, almost done with his Rabadons there as well, so IG will push firmly through the mid game once a few more items have been completed. Last Whisper almost here for Kid. And of course, Rookie working on his third item as well. Even Kiddies just has his Mikhails ready to go, helping to peel for Kalista.
I mean, Vasily has got the Frozen Hearts. It doesn't have to respect the physical damage coming through from Kid in particular. That's the swap target they're looking for, is a swap onto Kid. But Kakao, you have to feel like at this point, he's just going to hold on to that explosive cast, and with its massive range, just keep it to stop the swap from registering.
Yeah, we'll see how IG navigate their next few team fights here, but Vici have to play quite far back now in this game. Hatong is trying to get some farm down towards the bottom side of the map, but getting pushed in. Zatai starting to get bullied around a bit by Carry though as well. Actually uses his ultimate there, Carry. Gonna look for a solo kill, but Zatai, does have his ultimate and will use it. But Lulu forced away from the top lane.
Very curious use of the cooldown. Carry doesn't have a Trinity Force, doesn't even have a Phage at this point, doesn't really have the damage to do any sort of trade damage to Lulu. Okay, he blows the Wild Growth, but it's on a much shorter cooldown than the Onslaught of Shadows. So when we're talking about team fight spells being down, Onslaught of Shadows, very notable.
And Hatong's actually been the beneficiary of most of the big fights for Vici. He is the one doing a lot of damage. If he's able to run rampant in the fights, he'll do plenty to pick them up despite the deficit here, but still building in towards his next major items. He's got a Zhonya's now, which is nice. He just went back and completed it, but Rookie still keeping pace here despite the impressive score from Hatong, and Vici just seems like they're still waiting to find their real power spikes.
And Vici in general will be looking at their lineup and saying, okay, in the late game we've got it. We've got the Hecarim and we've got the Kassadin. The Kassadin's doing well for himself, but because their base is so close to being in tatters, in general the map is well in the advantage of IG, 5 turrets to 0. And their top laner, consider the fact that Carry, he's nowhere near the Trinity Force. It looks like he's not even going to be building it this game, so it isn't going to be the backline diving threat. If he's not able to keep Kid out of a fight, whether he's killing him or just completely zoning him from a fight, if he can't do that job, you feel like the Vici team comp just won't be able to stand up to IG.
And it's crazy to see a Vici game that is here at 25 minutes and doesn't have any turrets down. That's the foundation of how Vici like to play League of Legends. They're a great rotational team, so the fact that IG have shut them out of taking any turrets so far in this game is very impressive.
Well, they didn't pick a rotational comp in the slightest. I said it in the Champions League. IG have the Vici-esque comp. IG have been doing their rotations, doing their best Vici impersonation, and hell, it's working.
It's looked wonderful so far as Zatai. Now as his Rabadon's Death Cap, has a Sapphire Crystal in there as well, so probably moving in for a Shane and then eventual Lich Bane there as his third item. Frozen Heart completed for Kakao along with the Locket, and IG are going to start to try and steal the blue buff one more time.
Opting into these late game power spikes. there is always that light at the end of the tunnel, but it requires IG to misrotate dramatically to not be able to take these dragons and barons that should be there.
Well, Mata flash, flay, and box only hits the hook on a Kid. Dandy goes in aggressive, though. Hetong also flashing forward as well, but Kiddies will get them out with the ulti. Carry gets exhausted as he jumps in, but Kiddies already dead. Hetong now dead as well, though, and that's real bad news as Rookie in the fight that gets wild growth by Lulu. Aggressively goes forward, finally falls down, but Kid gonna get a double. Might make it a triple as Vasily goes down as well. Pencil in the quadra there for Kid as well, and an ace completed by IG.
Casual quadra kill from Kid, who once again was free hitting the backline. Doesn't even have QSS, but didn't need to respect the swap. It was used very early by Vasily, and if you let a Kalista free hit, this is the result.
And you can see now IG going to run over to the Baron buff as well. We saw an early 25-minute Baron for Vici in the last game after the first team fight. IG going to do the same. Seems like people might have been paying attention to EDG, who've been doing this all split long, but that's a Baron for IG, and Vici find themselves very far behind.
You don't even need the 2 smites if you're IG. Kalista out-damaging smite with the Rend. You see they're doing over 2,000 damage, I believe, to the Barons. They easily DPS it down. In fact, all 5 members had respawned. IG, they're really on this game.
Yeah, QSS up for Kid now as well, so he's almost impossible to pin down, even with the good CC that Vici have. Urgot ulti won't even be enough at this stage. Lichbane completed now for Rookie, who's dishing out respectable damage, not to mention his utility that's already quite strong. A Giant Spell for Kakao makes him even tankier, and Zatai slowly but surely working on his Lichbane.
So you might be asking, Page Time, why is this comp not working out for Vici, even though it's so similar to the comp that EDG ran successfully against World Elite in Game 1? The big difference is in the Hecarim. The Hecarim is so far behind this game. Has gone into the Spirit Village, won't be able to be building Trinity Force. He's not able to dive on Kid and kill him, or even take him out of a fight, because Kid just turns around and DPSs him down himself. And if Kid doesn't have to respect carry, the Hecarim pick just does nothing.
Yeah, and we've seen when Hecarims fall behind. This was true of Hecarim back when Amazing J started picking him in the LPL season. He's a bruiser. You need items. It's a big gold investment to get you to a spot where you're powerful. And unfortunately, as good as Cinderhawk is, that's just another investment you have to make.
And the unique thing about Hecarim as a champion is the burst damage. It's the fact that you have to respect Trinity Force Hecarim. But when you don't have the Trinity Force, you're just a tank that dives in, is quite able to sustain up with the Spirit of Dread. But if you're not doing any damage, you don't really have the CC.
Zatai getting aggressed on now, does use the Wild Grip, but Dandy's rotated in as well. Mata and Vasily also find the way out, gets flayed out of the teleport, and Vasily going to get himself a kill.
So if IG had really committed to mid lane, they might have been able to get turret damage down, but we saw Rookie was actually in the bottom lane. So no objectives to answer, and they have to wait out the death timer, and now wait for the grouping from Zatai because he's used his teleport.
Yeah, Rookie going to push the bottom side in there as well, but Hetong down in the bottom side, ready to clear it out, so get that for himself. As we just see as well, IG continuing to press forward here, 10,000 gold ahead already. Just have to sort of close out the game carefully at this stage of the game. So Zatai, unfortunately, a little too reckless in his split pushing, despite the good wards there from IG. And maybe it's just a matter of grouping up and trying to fight him. In Rookie, he can split all he likes at this point on Twist of Fate. Need to see Large Rod joining in there as well. I think he's going for a Luden's Echo.
Luden's Echo might be the purchase, of course. Could just be a death cap for even more wave clear coming through. The Amp Tome, it's cost effective, so there's no need to necessarily dwell on that one. Worth knowing that Hetong very close to the important timings for casting. Level 16 when that base cooldown goes down to 2 seconds on the Rift Walk, and close to that 20% cooldown reduction item. We love the Athenes, because between Athenes, the Netherblade, and Dangerous Game, you're getting 43% of your mana back on a kill or assist. But in this situation, both are fine. He just needs to opt into fights. He's hitting those timings. It's just carry. Again, Hecarim CC doesn't necessarily need to be respected outside of the ultimate. If you don't have burst damage, you're just a tanky frontline. You're effectively a Mundo with lower CC. If you're not a threat, that should open up Kid to do another Rend set. And we've already seen the casual quadra from Kid.
Yeah, 10, 2, and 5 right now on the Kalista. Having a great game here is Kid. And IG, again, kind of a bit slow between objectives. Maybe looking to snowball up, get to that 5th dragon, and close out the game from this point. IG certainly doing a lot of pushing right now, just making sure the side waves stay trimmed. But certainly when the objective comes back up, Dragon should be maybe 3-4 minutes away. Look for IG to group once again, and if Vici can test, they're going to struggle to really fight.
IG just don't have many easy objectives left on the map to pick up. They could rotate top to take this top turret, but maybe that'll be after they get the 4th dragon, just to take away any pressure from this potential 4th dragon coming through. Breaking the base it's not that complicated because there's actually very low wave clear coming through from Vici, but there's a lot of initiation potential from the Hecarim flank, from even a Marta death sentence coming out. So they have to be a bit careful. It's always very difficult to break the base. That's not a trivial requirement, but their turret damage especially, between the higher attack speed Kalista and Twisted Fate with Lichbane, is off the charts.
Yeah, you can see the gold leads especially. Just for everyone here on IG so far ahead. They've even got the Gragas to help push people off the turrets to try and take them out. So IG have plenty of good options here. You can see, can't quite read how much it is, but I can tell you Rookie's gotten a lot of extra gold from his passive.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have 279 CS, when you're randomly rolling with a increased likelihood of getting a 6 compared to a 1, you're talking 6 CS for every 20 CS that a creep gives, the cheaper creeps even. So you're gonna build up big gold bursts, so no surprise that he's ahead. The Cassidy though has his core items, has Merc Treads, Zhonya's, Rod of Ages, and Athene's. His frontline damage is massive. Level 16 now. Gonna have to watch himself, kid, because we've already seen that you can hopping mad in the frontline with the 1.2 second cooldown on the Rift Walk and do a lot of assassination work on reworked Cassidy.
Yeah, Hetong's the big concern here. He's gotten massive here towards the 30-minute mark in this game. Next, big buffs are coming back up here as Dragon and Baron are both primed to respawn soon. Kid does have a Bilgewater, so that will help potentially peel off the Cassidy and just try and out-damage him, or at least stay afloat with the lifesteal way. He just jumps on top of you, and there's Mikhail's there as well for Jana. They have the tools to peel here, but IG have to make sure they play the next fight super carefully.
The big thing for IG is they have a lot of targeted CC and disengage, but if they're trying to engage when those cooldowns are down, they don't have a lot of peel for Kid. So in this situation, where they're going to be forcing Vici to come to them, whether it's to battle for the 5th Dragon, whether it's to battle for the next Baron, and you're able to stack the CC and disengage, whether it's the Polymorph, whether it's the Glitter Lance, whether it's even the Explosive Cask, and then all of Jana and Twisted Fate CC, they do have a lot of peel for Kalista if they're kiting backwards, and that might be the situation because Vici have to come and fight for these objectives eventually.
I think Polymorph's my favorite one there, actually. So underrated almost as the CC. So strong for so long, still very formidable. And I mean, Cassidy, the one thing he wants to do is dive in. Unfortunately, when he's coming in as a cupcake or a sheep or whatever it is this time around, I think a dragon actually with the skins that Ty's using. He didn't really do much damage, unfortunately.
You don't do a lot of damage, but Vici have a lot of consistent damage dealer, and all of them have opted into Merc Treads. 4 Merc Treads, just the Moby Boots on Marta. So they're respecting the high CC coming through from IG. So there is still that glimmer of hope, even though you're 12k down, that just the Hetong pick, the Cassidy, can really carry them through a fight.
And Vici, despite the gold deficit, are playing fairly aggressively for vision around this dragon. Remember, Vici still don't have a turret, so while IG do have a big gold lead, Vici have plenty of extra gold to get just by taking out turrets. So if they win a fight, the gold gap will close considerably in that time, possibly by about half here. But IG are primed to try and win a fight here. Mart's going to throw out a hook, but misses it. Kitty's forced to flash away. Gets Fates called there as well. My Poppy's way back in, but no, just keeps it safe and sticks near Kid. Has to peel for him. Cacao fairly tanky here, but Dragon alive. No one dead yet, just a couple of cooldowns used.
Yeah, no one used an ultimate cooldown though, so we're waiting to see a big team fight initiation used from Vici. They only really have the swap, the hyperkinetic position reverser from Urgot as a true initiation option. Carry needs to be diving onto Kid though.
I mean, Cacao just taking no damage at this point. Happy to initiate straight on top of everyone. They know Hetong's trying to peel for them. They're sticking on top of it as Cacao tries to get messy though. Now Rookie going to come in, actually uses his ultimate, and Cacao still in there. Marta flashing forward. Kid, he's getting chased on carries on top of him. Hetong's there as well. Hecarim will get the shutdown, and now Hetong has been unleashed. Rookie gonna go down there as well, and that's all the IG carries, dead. Hetong still chasing people down. Dandy did fall in the mess, but a 4-for-1 win for Vici.
And that's what Vici were working for. Enough item timings on the Cassidy, and it doesn't matter that carry's so far behind. He knows that even if the first Riftwalk doesn't get in there, the next one's a second later. You will eventually get on top of Kid, and QSS is not enough, and no one can peel away a late game Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't quite use the Greg Assault either. Cacao did a good job. He soaked so much damage there, but I mean, Kalista struggles at the best of times against Hecarim. Urgot, Cassidy in the mix there as well. Even Nunu is great against Kalista. I'm still not sure why people are continually picking Kalista. She's been so popular in the LPL, though.
I mean, look, we saw in the early game how much work she's doing. Remember, there was a casual Quadra not long ago, so at the start of this fight, not much is happening. It's just all been fairly quiet at the start of the fight, but it quickly goes from there, pastry time, as we see, wait for the engage onto Kid. I thought with the hyperkinetic position reverser down, Kid could just freely DPS, but you held onto the onslaught of shadows, And then here comes Cassidy, instantly bursting down. Has managed to keep hopping around happily. I believe there was 3 hops in the backline to take down Rookie. These are very low base health carries. Twisted Fate and Callista among the squishiest of all champions in the league. And the base values from Hetong and all the spells going around. Remember, the Rampage basically being used off cooldown. That Force Pulse has 100.
Zonya's their rookie, trying to find some sides by Hetong. Just keeps going, gets polymorphed wonderfully though by Zatai, and will go down. Now Dandy channeling his ulti will go down as well. Vasily looking to be the next target now as well. He'll get chased down as well. And all of a sudden it's a swap around. IG win 4-0.
Deal with IGs if they were ahead or even. The problem was that they had so many structures down that one misfire on initiation was enough for Invictus Gaming to finish the game. You cannot opt into 2 losing lanes and have lower jungle pressure against a top team because this is the result.
And we talked about it before. That polymorph as a tie was clutch in the last little exchange as well. Very strong play from the top laner. In fact, across the board there for IG. Certainly felt like they got themselves into a bit of a rut. It's taking too much time to close out that game, but you can tell when IG are being proactive, when they play on the front foot, they look incredible.
Yeah, parts of Vici's comp came together, you'd have to say, but at the wrong times, at the wrong timing, it just didn't work as a 5-man unit. IG, they take it down after that last team fight, and we're back all square.
Yeah, I mean, a best of 3 now here in the playoffs as we move through it. Win there and on. IG a little bit shaky towards the middle, but ended very strong for them as well. I think both teams in certain ways had a bit of a misdraft to lose themselves a game. So after 2 games, it's curious to see what they'll have learnt for game 3.
So far, the assertive team, the rotational-based team has taken down both games. Should be no surprise in a series with Vici, but the surprise was going for those late-game power spikes, those lane-losing champions. Usually we see Lulu, we see Graves and Lucian basically whenever they're available for Vici because they play so much better when they're actually winning those lanes and rotating. 0 turrets for Vici that game.
Yeah, that's a surprising result, but Invictus Gaming are able to take it out and equalize at 1 apiece, so we'll have a quick break, but when we return, we'll be back to a best of 3. LPL playoff quarterfinals here. We're about to get into the third game between Invictus Gaming and Vici Gaming as they split the first two and now force effectively a best of three between the two teams. My name is Julian Page-Dumcar. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. It's been a long series so far. Couple of pauses, some long drawn-out games, and all of a sudden, we're even as we move into Game 3.
There's some real bizarre picking coming out from both teams. In the first game, just lack of engage against the rotational powerhouse that is Vici really cost IG. So like, all right, Vici looking on form. And then in Game 2, they completely abandon their usual playstyle, go for late-game power spikes like the Caston, like the Hecker, and seed map control. IG, they pick the Twisted Fate, rotate around, and just set up a situation where even though Vici was winning team fights, 10, 15k gold behind, lose one, and the game was over.
Yeah, and it was sort of like Game 1 where Vici, nothing really happened for 25 minutes, win a few team fights and close out the game. Very similar looking story. Hetong almost brought it back on the Cassidon because he got so strong, and we've seen the 5.6 Cassidon really be a powerful threat in the late game, but IG managed to keep it under control. And I guess our only question moving in is what do these teams play next, because it's twice now that the losing team has sort of picked a bit out of sorts for themselves and ended up in horrible spots and eventually losing the game.
And it felt like the drafts so far have been spoilers for the result, just because you could see clear problems for both IG in the first game and Vici in the second, and they just played out exactly as picked. What I want to see from Vici, they want to try and get those high-pressure junglers, which have been consistently banned away. The Rek'Sai and the Nidalee, that have definitely been things that Dandy has been able to snowball vision advantage just from his sheer pressure, sheer carry jungle impressions coming through. Basically, Spirit-esque has been Dandy on champions like the Rek'Sai and the Nidalee. So try and engineer a situation where, okay, if you're going to go towards the Nunu, at least pick winning lanes so that you can roam with the Nunu and equalize the fact that, hey, his ganking pressure is not the best, but he can do some excellent invading and contesting a buff.
I have to agree here as we get into the draft for the third game. Vici on the blue side, ban out LeBlanc away from Rookie and Kalista from Kid. IG sticking to their guns. That's Rek'Sai, Nidalee in all three games as their first two bans.
I want to see Dandy go deep. We saw the Udyr come out from him. There's a champion that can really get it and go and do that aggressive. Like, it was almost a situation where it worked out despite the comp being picked by Vici. It wasn't necessarily used for engage. Again, almost purely used for disengage. Can't expect the same sort of misdraft from IG this time around. But Sejuani's a priority pick. We've seen excellent CC layering from multiple teams on the LPL on patch 5.6, so shouldn't be surprised they're snapped up.
Yep, Sejuani the first pick there for Vici. Zatai insta-locks Lulu as a result. You have to think that's going to be his champion again as well, but it's nice to see some flexibility potentially coming through there as well. And IG considering taking Mata's Janna away as well. Mata actually denied to pick it up there in the last game there, and Kitties took it instead. But I really want to see this from Kakao. I love his Gragas. I think him in a proactive, high-pressure jungler makes a lot of sense. And Gragas, okay, sure, it's not Nidalee, it's not Lee Sin, but it's pretty close.
So there's the Twisted Fate. It's available. Previously, Vici had been very happy to blind pick this champion, so they're considering returning to their guns, sticking to their guns in a lot of ways, and just snapping it up and dealing with the poor matchup. But this is against Rookie, one of the strongest mid lane players in the world. Always a gambit to throw out a low base stat, poor laner like Twisted Fate and say, okay, what do you want to play against me?
Yeah, well, there's Siva for Vasily and Hetong on Twisted Fate. So Vici well and truly returning to rotational roots here. But I want to emphasize the lane in mid laner there for Rookie. His laning in particular is second almost to none. And we'll see what he wants to take in. He's got his pick of counter matchups now up against Hetong. They look like they're going to leave the... No, they actually already got a top laner. So saving Kid's pick, it seems like, potentially with these hovers. And as I say that, of course, they swap all the way over to Kog'Maw. We'll give IG a bit of time. They could, of course, run something Juggernaut-esque here. They're going to take away the Janna, and it's Kog'Maw as well.
So we were surprised in the first series when Vici started with Sejuani that ended up with a disengage comp, using Sejuani's ult for disengage rather than engage, because remember, they had Sejuani, they had Janna. They had both those priority picks. In this situation, Lulu, Gragas, already a lot of disengage. They just throw Janna on the pile, and it's time to protect the Cogmore. Pastry time. I don't know if they'll be able to deal with this just with the picks they got. They're hard engaged, but Janna deals a lot with what they pick.
And I think that's the nice thing about picking Lulu early especially. You can build so many different comps around Lulu that she really does open up any sort of Juggernaut or even Cogmore-based comp in general. So I like what IG have done here. It's a strong first pick away for them. We've got the Naren for carry though. Marta's going Nautilus. They realize they have to try and answer this Cogmore, so they've picked very hard engage.
So will IG go completely all in and go for the Morgana mid for just the last support as champion and just go for the protect the Cogmore, go Juggernaut-esque and actually have Juggernaut at the front of the fight, or will they go for a threat? We've seen many dissenting viewpoints on what the mid laner should be with the protect the Cogmore. In fact, they could throw it all out and just go for Cogmore mid as an option, but in this case, they might go for another high damage champion. They flashed Cassiopeia a couple of times. That's one of the potentials.
Rookie seems to really like it. I like the matchup that he'd have there as well in the mid lane, but we'll give Rookie a couple more seconds to decide what he wants. Is going to be the Cassiopeia again. High damage mid lane, needs to supplement the 2-threat comp, and Cassio surprisingly good at protecting your carry as well.
The amusing thing is that either Cassio or Cogmore can fight in the front of this fight and then just become a Juggernaut comp just because both of them do so much damage in the front line. Okay, Cassiopeia a bit shorter range, but definitely going to be about IG's hyper carry getting aggressive, and that's one of the best things you can do for Cassiopeia, opening her up to being basically suicidal aggression. Remember, one of the strongest comps in meta's past was Cassiopeia Yorick, just to allow Cassiopeia to go on the front line. Throwing on the Lulu Janna, that's a good way to start.
Yeah, and I love the protection Cassio offers as well. Definitely some good offensive options opened up by the Lulu, which is great to see. But Cassio, you ever try and dive her? She's ulti. She's good against the Sejuani Gnar types, and that's what we've got here. Gnar versus Lulu in the top lane, and Sedge versus Gragas once again.
We didn't even mention that, but we got the disengage from Gragas. That doesn't work. You just throw out the Petrifying Gaze, fight next to your hyper carry. So that's worth noting. In this game, we do have Cassiopeia with a hyper carry, so her positioning maybe going to be a bit more predictable. One issue I see here for IG was actually in the mid lane. I agree with you. Cassiopeia can definitely DPS down the low base stat Twisted Fate, but if ever the jungle pressure actually tips towards Vici, with the high wave clear that Twisted Fate has, the Destiny can still get rolling if, again, he's able to actually stand up in that lane. Other things being equal, though, Rookie should run wild.
Yeah, if Rookie can keep track of her tongue and make sure it doesn't leave the lane, always important in any sort of Twisted Fate situation, but we'll have to see if that's what's going to work out here. Definitely tenuous there, but Rookie, it's the second time he's gone to Cassiopeia in the series. Clearly favors the champion.
I mean, Sejuani, usually you'd expect Gragas to have higher gank pressure than a Sejuani. Gragas has actually been likened to Lee Sin from patches behind. Of course, Lee Sin on this patch 5.6, despite having the missing health damage, just doesn't necessarily synergize as well with Cinderhawk. Still wants to go the warrior route, and there are just better picks in the jungle that synergize better with Cinderhawk. That's just so damn powerful at this present point. So Gragas, he has the early trade damage, can just pop that Drunken Rage and do similar damage trades early. Then, of course, just synergizes so well with cooldown reduction for the utility in his kit. It's not the AP burst Gragas anymore. It's all about the disengage. That if Dandy gets strong enough, can actually get on top of this mid lane, can actually open up a safer laning phase for Twisted Fate. Because remember, we've seen Twisted Fate blind picked into Arya, and that go just fine in previous Vici games. It's all on Rookie to really try and boss around her tongue, because if Twisted Fate gets going, the rotational play from Vici, that's their strong suit.
I mean, it might just be about the mid lane jungle duos for both sides. That's almost always the case with IG, but I feel like if Tongue is on Twisted Fate especially, he needs to make sure he gets things going, and what better way to do that than to try and bring in your jungler to gank him. So Dandy almost naturally has to be drawn to defend his mid laner as well.
And we've seen Dandy previously pull off impressive ganks at level 4, level 5, just with that Arctic Assault blow flashes. Rookie has the cleanse, so they don't necessarily have the CC lock between the gold card and the Glacial Prison. They'll have to be on point with that cooldown, though. Again, I expect a lot of pressure around mid. It's a full dive comp coming out from Vici, expecting Hetong to go very deep into the backline to deal with the Cogmore and the Juggernaut comp that's been assembled. Gnar is going to be diving the backline. Glacial Prison, the Nautilus Ultimate. There's so much crowd control coming through in general, but we saw EDG run a dive comp against the Juggernaut from Snake and it not work out in a similar situation. I just want to see the mid lane snowball. If Hetong gets that going, I do believe that Vici can break the Juggernaut.
Yeah, we'll have to see, as we do have a pause to start this game, hence why we haven't quite gotten onto the Rift just yet. I do like that Rookie has adapted slightly here. Not the double mobility this time, going for the cleanse, respecting the CC a little bit more, even in his own lane with the gold card as well.
I mean, in these team fights, gold card into a Gnar ultimate, into the Glacial Prison, we've seen those CC bars, that white bar that comes under the health bar, never drop. People just die during CC duration. You can't get the sneaky Zhonyas in anymore with the changes on patch, I believe, 5.5, making those overlapping CCs consistent. You're going to have to be on point with your cleanse use in this situation, and Kid in particular doesn't have a Morgana for CC and vulnerability. If he's able to get strong enough and can fight in the front line, it won't matter though.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Kog'Maw, especially in any sort of Lulu-based comp, which is where we get the Juggernaut idea from. If Kid can get big, if Lulu can help support him out, Kid will run wild in this game, especially with his tank busting abilities and the range that he has as well. It's nice that he does have a reasonably strong matchup to pick himself into, even though it is a fairly defensive support in the Janna and not the Nami that we've seen a little bit more of. But Kid, again, he went off on Kalista in the last game. We'll see if he can do it again on Kog'Maw.
And Cacau's already shown a propensity to pick up support items from the jungle. Remember, Face of the Mountain was his purchase in Game 1. In this situation, you're not on Nunu, you're on the Gragas, but he has a similarly low item threshold, just looking for CDR and health. Maybe the Mikhails will come back. The Beast special has been the Mikhails from the jungle. Double Mikhails between Kitties and Cacao will negate the lack of a Morgana. It'll be two different cleanses through to Kid. He'll probably pick up a QSS himself. If you can ignore that CC in the front line, you can really start to pump out the damage. Because the damage from Vici, you know, it's there, but Gnar not known for his damage. Dandy will take till the late game when he really gets the health stacking to do any sort of consistent damage. The really only consistent damage for that is Vici on Sivir, and at 500 range, teamfights are always difficult for a Sivir to navigate.
I mean, it is, but let's take a step back here. We've looked at IG's comp and just how strong it can be if they do get it going. It's Cacao. That's had a pretty big year on that, clearly, again, steadying himself for a possible 5-game series. But you look over at Vici, what's been the hallmark of their play when they've been winning in that big streak they had towards the end of the weeks? It's effectively not fighting enemy, it's out-rotating them, and they have a great number of both Pictals and rotational tools in this comp.
So while IG, you feel, will hit that critical mass where team fights will be difficult for Vici to maneuver, as you mentioned, one of the best ways to deal with a strong team fighting team is to never team fight. If a Tong gets strong enough and can maybe rush the Lich Bane unanswered, can start the split push and open up global rotations, you've got Vici on another high wave clear champion. It's worth noting that, of course, Lucian was available, Graves was available, and he defaults to Sivir. I thought Lucian would be the more obvious choice, as you can still push lanes and you still can play very aggressive but still have a bit of a safer late game team fight phase. Of course, Vici, his positioning maybe not his strongest tool as a carry, is known to play aggressive, was always rocket jumping in on Tristana, usually relies on those repositions like the Relentless Pursuit for defensive options. He's going much more all in terms of the Sivir in this game. Maybe that suits the comp, maybe that will allow Carry to get in the back line. Carry on this Gnar, once again, very close to undefeated on this champion. Definitely his biggest pick.
Yeah, I mean, Vici, we tend to see Sivir in any sort of rotational-based comp, and that is what Vici have here. It's interesting to see Sejuani in this style of comp, but I do like it. Nautilus sort of for the same reason. You pick an overload of CC, you can pick people off in transition, or maybe more importantly, when you start to siege up turrets in rotation and you get aggressed on, you can disengage effectively.
Well, I mean, the first choice was Dive. That's what they said. When they saw the Kog'Maw being locked in with the Janna, they went for Dive. I mean, your purchase may vary on whether that will work, but they'd locked in Sejuani first pick, and that's what they resulted in. But still, the Twisted Fate, that's the big question mark. Can they out-rotate the Juggernaut? Because late game, you always have to hand it over to the Juggernaut.
Yeah, you do indeed. No one usually stops it once it gets going, and I don't know if Vici have the answers. As you said, Hatong, he's the big piece here. If he can get in that lane and start ganking the Kog'Maw, Kid may never reach the power that he wants to in this game.
And that will be a big win condition there for Vici, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. We're about to get straight onto the Rift. And welcome back here for our third game between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming. All square after the first two games with a 1-1 split. And we have at least 2 more games left to play. And we'll see, we might go the full distance once again here. That'll be twice today between promo and playoffs. But the team that wins this game, big momentum going. Because from that point onwards, you only need one more win to push yourself to the EDG matchup in the semifinal.
And at least you can say in terms of champion select this time, pastry time, both these teams have a very clear identity. All about pulling into late game team fights at IG. And with that Twisted Fate, with the Sivir, looking for rotational based play on Vici's side. If Vici get ahead, they've shown that they don't often get answered. I believe they've never lost a game where they got the outer ring of turrets with the likes of Twisted Fate and Sivir. But again, it's going to be all about IG pulling it out to late, and Vici just trying to be assertive in the early game. Lovely to see teams with clear win conditions, and whichever one acts on them better, they should win this game.
Yeah, given the first two games, which had some potential questionable picks there in the drafts, both teams with strong identities that fit their style that we've seen as well. So should be a very strong game. And as far as early adaptations go, we see a lot of early movement, a good line of wards there for Vici to try and potentially spot off a lane swap. But my favorite thing of all is Hatong and those boots one.
Yeah, the boots, just to navigate the poison coming through from Cassiopeia. There's many different schools of thoughts on how to deal with these high-impact lanes. You might think, okay, I'll opt into the Flask 3 potions that have, you know, over 600 health worth of sustain coming through. But against Cassiopeia, you just need to dodge that poison. If the Q poison never registers, then the multiple Twin Fangs won't come through. But you can see in this laning phase, the first one hits. Hatong's going to have fast feet to deal with this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Kakao takes away the blue buffs. The Tai is jungling with him. We've started a freeze fairly strong for IG here in the top side of the map. So Kid going to get what he wants away from the Sivir lane just to make sure Kog'Maw is nice and safe. And Kitties on the John are going to start to roam.
I mean, this is what Kitties did the previous series, getting the trades in.
He stole the wolf.
He got the big wolf. Look at his experience bar. He's actually almost level 2. It's not quite the Gromp steal that we saw Mako do with Support Vega. Rest in peace, Support Vega on patch 5.6. But hey, it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mako probably has the monopoly on hilarious things that supports it. Actually, you got a red buff steal on Annie in the last week of the LPL as well. But stealing a wolf there with a John auto attack, Kitties can chalk that one up as a very big achievement.
And it's crazy how big an impact that actually has, because let's this jungle follow. Carry's still level 1 for this second buff coming through. Wasn't able to pick up level 2. Janna continues to roam, of course, making her way down bottom to help with the Lulu.
Oh, Marta now going to do his best. Kitty's impression going to try and steal this away, but Kakao's there with the smite, gets his way over the wall with the body slam, and Marta gives him a chuckle instead.
So after that awkward steal coming through, Kakao kept his notes, listened to his support, kept onto his smite, and wasn't punished.
Yeah, good stuff there. We can see the Scuttlecrow being taken out. Dandy will be able to take that away, but level 2 is this Sejuani already, I guess, matching Gragas there as well. But again, Kitty's even the spare 53 gold as he joins Zatai for a very different looking duo lane now, kind of pairing with his top laner. Getting pushed in so far as the Lulu with Vasily and Mida playing aggressively forward, but should be able to clear out just fine.
So the freeze breaks here for Vici Gaming. Kog'Maw hasn't broken the freeze quite on top. No, he has as well. So, of course, Na is actually rotating the right point. I thought they might need to send Sejuani to try and push in that lane, but the freeze breaks identically on both sides of the map.
Yeah, good movement there from Na. Carry going to reach the lane just in time to start picking up CS. You can see Lulu doing the same thing. Actually equalize right now for these laners. So Zatai. Again, Lulu can struggle in these situations. Doesn't always last hit that well under turret.
I mean, the first Destiny could be really big coming out from this Twisted Fate because there's a lot of CC in the lanes. Nautilus, 4 CCs once he has ultimate, the depth charge available in the top lane. If you manage that Na bar towards level 6, or just the consistent slows coming out, you have quite a lot of CC in Na's kit. And Sejuani, I mean, less said the better. Level 6 Glacial Prison. The Destiny ganks, we mentioned the fact that they will open up the early game rotations. They need to be on point, but they definitely pick lanes that combine well with Twisted Fate.
And Hatong already gone back now. Got a Doran's ring to join in with his boots, plus a bunch of consumables. Rookie going to go back as well. Probably a tier coming through, and we'll see if he does want to go for the same build as last time.
I don't know if he'll be opting into the Haunting Guys, just because the power spikes of his team this time are much later than the power spikes were in Game 1, I believe, when we last saw the Cassiopeia. Much more likely to see some later game purchases, maybe just the Rylai's for a bit of dueling effort in the mid game. If Hatong ever wants to rotate into a long lane and you have Rylai's, you have so much chase power, especially with the summon spell Cleanse, or you can just stay on top of that Twisted Fate when he looks to rotate around the map. Probably not going to be the catalyst, just because you don't want to opt too much into late game and ensure the game doesn't end before all your teammates hit their power spikes.
No, but going to opt into the tier for now. Hatong actually without his ultimate roaming down, but just going to put a few friendly wards in towards IG's jungle entrances. Dandy jungling out as well. Now level 4 going to go back and spend a bit more gold as he moves in towards Cinderhulk after his Trailblazers being completed. But Rookie definitely has control of the lane right now. Good CS lead actually coming through.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, Twisted Fate's going to have to play defense in this lane, respect the poison. We saw the first poison registered despite the fact that Rookie the boots were picked up by Hatong. Rookie smartly actually spots out the pink ward that usually gets so much value. We see those pink wards stay up for 10 minutes or more, but in this game, picked up.
Yeah, done his homework there, has Rookie, so able to clear that up very efficiently. Back in the bottom, Vasily clearing away, but AD carry CS is fairly even. You think that has to favor Kog'Maw again. it's kind of, we do often see Kog'Maw in a lane swap, but it's almost always with a Janna versus Nanami where they do prefer to lane.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of the 2v2, the Nautilus, sorry, has actually stayed in lane a lot more, but because Janna picked up that wolf, hasn't been punished for roaming around the map. Of course, visited top, visited mid, went bottom, helped with the jungle follow, but it's still same level to Nautilus, who's been anchored, bad pun intended, to the bottom lane.
Yeah, stolen a wolf there as well, did Kitty. So done a lot of early work here and just soaking some experience. Dandy actually hiding here, looking for a 2v2. Kitties might face check him there and does. Now discovers him, but Dandy going to move in. Knockup does come through, but Kid going to get onto carry, and I think Nah has to respect the damage. Kitty's still not using the flash, but Hatong's going to join in now as well. Kid does have his heal. He's going to use it at the last second. Kitties doesn't even need to use his flash, just the exhaust, and they'll keep chasing. No follow pressure coming, unfortunately, as Kakao has come to the bottom lane, but IG's dual lane dodges that Destiny wonderfully.
And importantly, a big misfire on the first use of the Destiny page down. We talked about the fact that rotational play is largely opened up by successful uses of that global in the early game to snowball your way towards 20% CDR. And again, CDR means more and more Destinies, means more and more global presence. In this case, gets him nothing.
IG had a look at the dragon there as well, but I think smartly decided it was a little too risky, given that Vici had already pulled away from the gank. But Kid continuing to farm out now, hasn't quite gone for that first shot yet, as we see Vasily already returning to his lane with a BF sword, but pushing the lane in, starting to deny carry a bit of CS, although he's keeping up nicely with the Lulu, sorry. And Fiendish Codex up for Zatai as well. Carry still with his longsword, has to make his first big purchase.
Things have gone better than expected for IG. Their first Destiny didn't work out, and despite the fact that they were the ones to initiate the lane stop, they don't even have to deal with a dragon coming through. No dragon advantage from sending their duo lane top from the jungle follow that followed. I mean, Kitty's just delaying the power spikes for Gnar and Sejuani in the jungle has really helped them out. They lose their turret in bottom, but of all trades, they'll take that one.
They will for now. Here, Kid does return to that lane with a fade as they've swapped back down, probably just for some dragon control here as well. Rookie returning to his lane with some very early sorcerer shoes. I like it. Knows that Hatong went for some early boots, needs to be able to chase him down.
Yeah, he's gone for the flat magic resist blues as well, so just a bit more magic penetration. Helps with his wave pushing because, of course, the magic pen works on those lane minions, and again, gives him more trade damage to Twisted Fate, and Twisted Fate can't just use a gold card to disengage because, of course, the cleanse has been elected to from Rookie. It's all about kill pressure onto Twisted Fate. They've punished him for his first roam by picking up CS. He's 26 CS up, which is actually quite a massive lead for this early into the game, and now he's getting kill pressure, and that's the ultimate punishment, death onto the Twisted Fate.
Hatong seems to be looking for a Merc Treads, I think, as well, so very defensively minded there in the mid lane. Null Magic Mantle's just been picked up on his last shopping trip, but not really picking up any big ticket items or even decent mid-game items here for Hatong. So struggling on the TF so far with the Cassiopeia. I guess semi-counter pick coming through for Rookie, but the Dragon's still available. Carry's getting farming. For the most part, everybody's pretty happy. Once again, almost 10 minutes in and still no first blood.
It's still no first blood. Both junglers been just onlookers for the start of this game. Actually a 5 CS advantage available for the Sejuani. But, I mean, you have to say that Cinderhulk is basically an item that keeps scaling into the late game because, of course, you get more and more gold value from each of your purchases. Sejuani getting closer to the late game with all her innate health scaling. It suits Vici if Sejuani isn't punished.
And it's one thing for Kakao. It's always interesting to me when he doesn't choose to get super aggressive early on any champion. He's found success on pretty much everyone but Nunu as far as early pressure goes, and the Gragas you saw in the last game was much higher pressure than this. I know that IG are looking to scale into the late game, but I think for me, when Kakao's farming like this, look for his mid-game presence. That first Dragon team fight, if there is a big fight for it, if Kakao doesn't make a high-impact play from all the farming, he kind of probably just wished that he spent more of his early game just applying more pressure.
And you think to some degree he'd harken back to the last time these two teams met during the latter stages of the LPL, I believe it was week 9 or so. He picked up the Nidalee and literally solo carried that game with a late game T5, picking up a crucial triple kill onto the backline and getting IG back into a game. They looked like they had no chance to. Of course, Gragas isn't a Nidalee from the jungle. I'm waiting for the hyper carries, or so at least the jungle hyper carries, to be picked up, but it's been very defensive junglers. The disengage Gragas and the engaged Sejuani have been the popular picks this series. And then, of course, Nunu, the other one, enough said, not much about the early jungle pressure.
I mean, to be fair, it makes some sense as Vasily does get slowed, I think, by the Zephyr. Might have spell shielded off, but Kid, with the Phage, looking to chase, doesn't even have the Sheen here and still feeling confident to win trades against the Sivir.
I mean, Sivir has Twisted Fate for backup, but still is respecting the pressure coming through. Of course, didn't have the Nautilus, didn't really know the positioning of the Sejuani. But you look at the mini-map, 2 pink wards around this dragon committed to. That's 200 gold Vici have spent to get dragon control, but still haven't felt the confidence to actually pick up a dragon.
Yeah, 11.5 minutes in. It's been a late look at that first dragon here. Teams kind of just getting some vision and backing away. No one really committing to try and take it yet. Vici have a slight gold lead here of about 800 gold. That's mainly from the tower that they've got him in the bottom side of the map, but all the other towers are fairly healthy here. And again, Hetong, he's got his destiny back, but he's not been able to find any time to roam with it.
And that CS advantage that Rookie's been able to pick up doesn't count for much if this game goes long enough. And the innate lane matchups, Cassiopeia always going to be able to boss around Twisted Fate. Lulu always going to have the early advantage over Nah. The scaling in those lanes is definitely to the advantage of Vici. So if they're not being punished, it buys time for them to get stronger, but you can say the same about Kid to some degree. The one-item power spike from Kog'Maw has really brought him back to the meta with just the Trinity Force. That's usually the go button when it comes to team fighting. He's going to have at least the Sheen when he goes for this back, perilously close to that Trinity Force.
Yeah, and just comfortably getting there as well. That's the big issue. Again, a fairly long early game here, pretty long landing phases. One attempt at a gank here by Hetong, but a misfire on the first Destiny. And that's just comfort room for Kog'Maw. He's farming up. If that Trinity Force comes in 16 minutes, 17 minutes or so, and Kog'Maw's been unhindered, especially if there are no extra towers or dragons to speak of, IG are going to have a field day with their mid-game.
We already mentioned that Vici are the ones looking to take this game in the mid-game through rotations, ensure that just like IG was afforded last game, they can lose a few team fights in the late game, but if you're 8-0 turrets up, you win one fight, you win the game, and that's what rotations can do for you. There's been some decent rotations. They have the turret advantage, but no dragons to show for their early game comp.
Yeah, and blue buff here for Cassio, and the dragons are an important highlight there as well. Vasily already took the bottom lane turret, probably wants to move into another lane and try and pressure it down. Hetong's done a good job here in the mid-game, actually pushing Cassio back and then getting on top of the turret. But this dragon still being up has anchored Vasily to the bottom lane where he can't go and take out other turrets.
But the crazy thing is, Pastry Time, they've had 2 pink wards there for over 5 minutes. They should have had run of this dragon, even with the fact that Cassiopeia had the pressure on the mid lane. You've got Destiny, you're always going to react first to whatever's happening around the dragon. So for them to not be confident enough to start the dragon with Sivir, with Sejuani, who can now mostly shrug off this dragon damage, it's just a hole in the game plan for Vici.
And Dandy started it, but IG is going to go in and fight them. Teleports up for both the top laners. Dandy has actually got exclusive vision, which we've talked about Vici having for a little while here. They will get the first dragon, but it's so late. In fact, Cacao might even try and steal for it. He's going to throw in the ulti. No, doesn't bother. Teleports do come in, though, for Carry, but Cacao going to knock him out of it. Knocks him back beautifully. Ulti just flashed there by carrying Cacao. Now gets Wild Growth away as well. The ulti comes through the hits on the Kittens to tie, but Cacao is forced to flash away. Dandy very low in the back. Cassiopeia going to get the first blood as a result. And IG going to reset with the Janna ulti, continuing to chase in. They've got so much potential to move in there, and they've got a lot of slows. They only get the 1 kill, but not too bad.
Yeah, really low mana bars coming through. Sivir, Twisted Fate, both completely out of mana. Meant they weren't able to fight, despite the fact that Twisted Fate can move around those fights so slipperily and get out those gold cards on the Twisted Fate. So IG, they do move towards the mid lane. They should be able to answer this first dragon for the outer mid lane turret, and you'd always take that trade because the outer mid lane turret gives you so much access to the enemy jungle and get those aggressive wards down.
That's twice now that IG have opted into this trade as well. We'll see if it works out slightly better than it did in that last game here, but Kid now could be in trouble there. Marta's coming through as well. The Destiny's in. He's got to find a way to flash, but the gold card's going to come in after the dredge line. Exhaust down there as well. Slow just missing. Kid will flash. Hetong will follow the gold card back in again, and he'll get the kill.
There's a trade of flash. Much more important for Kog'Maw to hold on to this flash than Twisted Fate. Doesn't quite have the distortion boots just yet, but it's a good pick coming through. But again, it's a kill for no objective. In the end result, it's 1-for-1 in kills for an outer mid lane turret for a dragon. You'd always give the advantage to the outer mid lane turret, as some people are having some fun in the crowd.
Yeah, apparently not enjoying the pace of the game so far, preoccupying themselves with some other things, but starting to pick up here. I understand it's been a slow-paced series so far, but don't let that fool you. The mid-game again, looking to be very explosive for these two teams.
And if anything, we thought Vici would be the team prioritizing early turrets, maybe seeding away a couple of dragons. Never ideal to do that against a Protect the Kog'Maw comp, but when you've got the Twisted Fate, when you play so confidently, when you're rotating aggressively around the enemy structures and have 3 outer turrets done at 10 minutes, which has again been a common thing for Vici, you look a lot better. In this situation, they finally got that second outer turret, but they're working on this mid.
Yeah, mid's probably dead here. I think Hetong has been doing great work. Good shield from Kid. He's to deny the pick a card burst there coming out from Twisted Fate. Athene's is done now on her tongue as well. Archangel's also completed for Rookie, so first items for everyone starting to come through, and Kakao again comfortably has an Aegis looking there as well. Does find the slow into Hetong, will ult him back into the team, and Rookie's on top of him. Hetong nowhere good to go, gets knocked up by a tornado, and who gets the kill but Rookie with the ulti.
He actually forced out the petrifying gaze. I believe Rookie dropped poison, wasn't able to get the refresh in his Twin Fang, so has to use the team fight cooldown. No big structures to fight over, so probably not going to be punished by Vici.
And the longer IG can hold on to this mid tower as well, I think the better things are going to look for them. Vici have managed to get the 2 side towers, but the ever-important mid tower that IG have already taken away from Vici is still here for them.
I mean, Cassiopeia's had the blue buff. She hasn't been pressured that much. She's been able to wave clear despite not having instant wave clear, just because, again, has so much mana at this point that can just spam out those Twin Fangs quite happily. Getting that out of mid turret should open up some of the split pushing that we've expected to come from this series. But again, Twisted Fate's been basically anchored to a mid lane matchup. It's not going to win.
Here's the tie though, good ulti by Carry. Big combo coming through for the Mega Naren. Now going to pop back into Mini Nut form. Hyper will proc as a result. Damage going to come through. And now tower being aggressed on by IG, but get ulti there.
Here we go.
Now the Hetong going to come through as well. Tornado moving in. Master's going to ult onto Kid. Kakao is so tanky though, and Kid turning around with the damage. Kakao gets the first kill. Reset coming through from the Monsoon as Rookie zoning everybody out. Doesn't have his ulti, but doing so much damage. Gets the kill onto Mata, and 2 kills there for IG.
It was just crazy use of the Destiny by Hetong. Basically went for a melee range Destiny about 2 flash units away, died to focus fire. Good rotation coming through from Rookie, and it's the second out of turret, matching the turret score from Vici with a Protect the Cogmore comp. Everything going well for IG.
And Carry not able to be there either because he spent all his resources trying to kill Zatai, who just wild growth off the damage and then kept wave clearing away from his turret. Vici have not looked like they have in the later stages of the LPL this series, I have to say. Even Zatai going to find a pink ward and clear it away.
And so many wards in the items. Remember, we haven't seen the Sightstone coming out early from Dandy, but multiple wards from members, 2 pinks, multiple wards coming through from Hetong. That just means that the gold lead 2,000 is actually implied 3,000 or more gold lead coming through from IG because of all the commitment towards warding. And the item timings are actually starting to look better for IG than Vici, even though they're the team with Twisted Fate. They're the team that's supposed to be out-rotating. So far, the Destiny hasn't contributed anything. In fact, it's actually hurt Hetong.
It has, and the big one here for IG as far as timings go has to be the Trinity Force now done for Kid. Rookie going for the Haunting guys again, but does have a Giant's Belt this time, so maybe going to move the Rylai's into the build a little bit quicker. Rookie probably going to end up with the same sort of makeup. Seraph's Embrace eventually when the Archangel's transformed. Shorksu's Haunting guys and a Rylai's, but he might change the order ever so slightly this time.
I think Rylai's earlier is the big adaptation, just because if you pick up the Rylai's, there's no way Twisted Fate can split push with you, just because you'll just die towards all the refreshing of the 35% single target slow from the Twin Fang. Of course, you have a global, so perhaps you can out-rotate the Cassiopeia, but it definitely doesn't set up multiple situations where Twisted Fate can split push.
No, and Rookie, the longer he stays alive in the fights, the better. If he can stick on targets, especially these big melee divers, Nara and Sejuani, that are trying to get onto the backline of himself and Kid, the better. And Rylai's a fantastic Cassiopeia item. I think Rookie slightly missed it by not getting it. I did like the Luden's Echo, but we'll probably see it later.
It's just so much more important in this game because we outlined it during Champion Select. Vici have some very situational ways they can teamfight against IG, but on the balance, you take IG's teamfight comp every day of the week. They need to out-rotate IG. They weren't able to do that in the first 20 minutes of this game as we just ping over to 20 minutes. And with items like Rylai's being completed, with less and less split push options for Hetong, those options for out-rotating get so much more difficult.
I mean, Hetong is in the bottom side of the map. He loves to do this on TF, and just his mages in general stick in the bottom lane. Once the lane starts to break out, get some sideway farm and push in, but Vici still don't have that mid turret here. Like you said before, it's even on turrets. Dragon is actually back up here, so IG might just start it because no one here from Vici is really in the area.
But the crazy thing is, Beishamn, he has no defensive wards around the enemy blue buff. He was actually just pushing in away straight to Cogmore, who was lapping it up. There's no advantages being gained there. Giving free farm to the Cogmore is not what you want to be doing as Twisted Fate, but realistically, he can't push past the river without immense threat of death.
Oh, and you can see Hetong's positioning on the minimap, recalling quite far towards his own side of the map here. Vici did get a turret there. Vasily actually just kind of walked into the mid lane and soloed the rest of its health out, but IG managed to trade a dragon for it. So the game starting to open up a little bit more now. The farming sort of coming to an end here in this game. Again, it's been a slow one. 21 minutes in and only 5 kills, but quite a few more towers, and the map opens up. More people going to start sticking together, or maybe in Vici's case, split up and start pushing.
Yeah, I mean, 1-3-1 is all that Vici can really hope to do. But again, if it's not successful, later and later, more and more items to Kog'Maw. Suddenly, you need to itemize armor to complement the magic resist that works so well against Kog'Maw for those first 25 minutes of the game. But by the moment that Play the Ruined King comes through, suddenly you need to be looking at higher armor values to just deal with him in a fight. Yeah,
and unfortunately for Vici, it's neutral-looking warding across their map here. All the pinks very defensively positioned, especially towards the bottom right-hand side of the map. IG are the ones now maybe looking to get some aggressive wards in it. Again, if the wards are neutral for IG, they're happy because that means they're happily farming on their side of the map.
And if they're able to get this vision control around Baron, remember, this is Cassiopeia, so even before the Blade of the Ruined King, but especially after that is picked up by Kid, they have immense single-target Baron damage. Hell, Drunken Rage now does 300 damage. The cap increase towards monsters, so the amount of Baron damage from just those 3 members, and of course Lulu and Janna to throw on shields and provide innate tankiness, means that IG always have to respect the Baron threat, but they do have the Destiny coming through to reveal positioning. And right now, Hatong just keeps trying to split push.
Smart rotations here from IG, actually. Moved in towards the top side, tried to push down the tower. Vici immediately pinged mid and ran there, but Rookie rotated back around again. IG playing safe to tie in the bottom lane now, pushing out Hatong, using the Lulu wave clear to get the minions out from under their tier 2. And again, there are no major objectives up. They've got Baron warded. All IG have to do is sit back and farm.
And that's the thing. Trading farm with a Kog'Maw Cassiopeia, protect the Kog'Maw, or even enable the Cassiopeia depending on how this game goes. That just suits IG. Whenever you're pushing farm towards a Kog'Maw, you're just looking at that timer, you're looking at the items and realize that this game's only going to get worse for Vici.
And Rookie, he keeps tricking me. Now has the Leandries finished off as well, so going for the same start he had in Game 1, but that Giant Spot I can only imagine will one day be a Rylai's. It's just a matter of when he wants it.
I mean, we say this, but there's no guarantee. Maybe it's the casual Warmogs on Cassiopeia. In Meta's past, it was about the tier the Athenes into the Warmogs, just because, again, the consistent damage is there. Reginald loved that build many, many years ago. I'm dating myself with that particular comment, but probably going to be the Rylai's again. If you anchor Cassiopeia to bottom, Kog'Maw to top lane, and just lap up the farm, ensure there's nowhere for Hatong to split push, you're happy if you're IG.
I mean, if Rookie's fending off divers as well, I do like the Leandries build for Cassiopeia here. Will obviously be augmented by the Rylai's, so that's mostly why I'm expecting it here. But if Dandy and Carry find themselves in a position where they dive on top of the squishy mate and just melt to Cassiopeia damage, Vici, again, have no hope of winning the team fight. So again, they got to split them up, but Vici's rotations haven't really been rotations. They're just kind of sticking in the lanes and hoping that the turrets fall down by themselves.
But sticking in the lanes and providing farm tells me they're looking to opt into late game team fights, and then I completely agree with you. Leandries on Cassiopeia will do so much work against the triple dive that's going to come through between Nas, Sejuani, and the Nautilus, you have to say. Nautilus doesn't afford to buy that Magicus. He's just building health at this point. They will melt to all the damage ticking from Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Cacao now going to clear out some more vision as well. Actually, a good time to check in on some trinkets here. Upgraded vision totem there for Zatai, so a couple of extra wards. Lots of sweepers actually for Vici, so trying to get some more aggressive vision down. And as we've noted, they have mostly neutral vision at this point. Upgraded sweepers up for both the supports as well, so junglers haven't quite swapped over yet. But again, Cacao, every time I look down, he seems ahead of Dandy somehow, because their items are identical apart from the sightstone that Cacao happens to have.
And that's despite, you can see Danny doing some power farming. He's given up on any sort of hope of lane pressure and power farm to 106 CS. Again, it's another reason why Rookie's build is actually looking good, is because when you're going Leandries and the Rylai's, you're just looking to kill frontline tanks. So that's his job. And guess what? Kid's going to kill everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost got a Blade of the Ruined King here on the Kog'Maw, 217 CS. Actually pretty far behind Vasily as far as CS goes. And Vasily moving into his 3rd item now as well. Going to be a Last Whisper, it looks like, after the Infinity Edge and Static Shift that he's already built. Hatong now with the Zonies might be able to make more plays, but Vici have to do something soon. Dragon back up in a minute as well. That might be our next pressure point, but even the second dragon's not quite enough for Vici to really pressure IG.
And honestly, how is Sivir going to do damage in fights? You're going to wait for these fights. You're not going to walk past the Petrifying Gaze. You're not probably going to be able to DPS down Kid unless he has so many defensive utility shields and health increases like the Wild Growth that he wants you to be hitting him. So he has so much more range than you do as Sivir that you feel like there's going to be one of those situations where Sivir, her 500 range will betray her late game fighting. Although she does a lot of damage unhindered, there's plenty of hindrance, disengage, CC coming through from IG.
And speaking of CC, Rookie, I'm happy to report, has gotten one step closer to the Ryla. He's got the blasting one now as well. I think about 1,000 gold away from the purchase at this point.
Don't try and cramp his style. He could turn that into a death cap. He's a strong man. He can build whatever he wants.
He built Little Zeko in the game 1, so I'm definitely confident Rookie can do absolutely whatever he wants here, but almost level 16 now as well. Hard to believe this game has gone so long with this few kills, but everyone is strong here. And again, Vici looking around this next dragon, I think maybe thinking to themselves, I don't think we can fight anymore.
Well, Vici, they have to force fights, but the issue is you can't force fights against a Cassiopeia Kog'Maw comp that has all this disengage from the rest of the members. They're realizing there's no way for them to force objectives, so the only way they can force the enemy team to aggress onto them is to actually have a lead, like a 4th dragon towards a 5th dragon or Baron, but they're even in those sort of trades. So they're going to try and force a fight, but they need the enemy team to fight on their terms, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, ports are coming, carry charging in. IG on top of the dragon. I actually don't think they care if they get at this. Maybe want to start a fight. Dandy missed his ulti. The tie gets hooked over. Kid going to come in. That Rookie, a massive ulti there to stop the dive in. Marta going to get low, but a good ulti there from Carry comes in, but still kiting back. Cacao chasing Vasily there as well. Almost gets the kill by himself. Rookie finally claims that Kid, though, will go down, and it's a 2-for-1 win there for IG.
There's a very big Nara ultimate coming through, but that's the re-engage.
Rookie gets hooked now as well, but he's still going in. Fairly tanky on the Cassio, but Carry able to pick him off. Cacao trying to get the kill, but Marta flashes forward to protect him. And Vici, we weren't sure they could win a fight, but they pull it out just.
Yeah, they were able to win the fight, but I think a big indicator there is that Rookie doesn't have the Merc Tread, so it is dying during this CC duration. It's still Sejuani into Naruto. It's still Nautilus with 4 different CCs. You have to respect the support Nautilus and all the CC he provides, but Rookie, Sorcerer's Shoes, not going to do that much work in a fight.
And I think an even trade there, 2-for-2, perhaps 3-for-2 in favor of Vici at the end of it all, but they don't even get the dragon that they were originally fighting over. The gold still basically dead even between these two teams. IG actually up 400 gold still, despite being down a turret. If the game continues at this pace, Vici will eventually run out of options. If they have to press momentum and press now.
It was actually a very good Glacial Prison coming through from Dandy. It forced the flash away from Kid. Doesn't have the QSS available. Didn't have that item timing previously. Now has the Null Magic Mantle towards a QSS. Will be so much more offensive in his positioning once that QSS is completed. But now the Mikhail's also completed from Kiddies. Suddenly Kid's life got a hell of a lot better.
Now we're going to start this fight again for Hetong's actually the one split pushing now, but IG doing so much dragon damage. Take it out. Hetong, though, how much damage can he get done? He doesn't quite have the Lich Bane yet, but he's doing considerable damage to this turret.
It doesn't regenerate any health as well. There's multiple members. They should get this turret, but they're scared of an engage.
They're looking for it. Cacao throws his ulti in, but kind of boosts Dandy a little bit further away, so can't quite throw anyone in, and this is IG's problem. They don't really have hard engage.
And that's the funny thing, is that both teams are looking for the enemy to hard engage upon them. Vici have more engage options, but they've already tried going for the big flank engages with Twisted Fate and paid for them, but the gauge is hit.
Vasily ulted in, massive ult there from Dandy, hits on the 4, the death charge will follow in as well, and they're trying to kite away. Kid gets gnarled ultimate, Mikhail's helps him out. Rookie, though, not so lucky as he goes down to Vasily, but Kid still kiting away. Cacao buying time, Hetong dives in, way too aggressive, but Will's on is at the last second. Kid going to go down, Hetong will force it to the tie, who is still kiting on the Lulu, but the rest of Vici gonna chase him down. Carry actually forced to run away, and Zatai 2-for-1 trade in favor of Vici.
IG just weren't fighting with their tank line in front of them. Crucially, Gragas was zoned away from that engage. They were finally able to pick off Kid, and that opened up a team fight win for Vici.
But Cacao didn't have his ultimate and was zoned away, and IG still kind of lost the minimum there.
They lost the minimum, sure, but I mean, IG should be winning these fights at this point. It should get better for them, so maybe they're not going to be in panic stations, but they have to watch these engages, because even with a Protect the Kog'Maw comp, if you stagger your engages, stagger your CC, the Glacial Prison was wonderful. Look at this Glacial Prison, triple Glacial Prison into the knockup coming through. Mikhail's hasn't been used at this point, I don't believe. I think it was used for sustain at some point, but yes, when the Gnar ultimate registered. Kakal's completely off your screen, doing nothing in the backline whatsoever. Isn't able to stop Vasily doing damage. Vasily just skips ahead, of course. There's no tank line at all. 4 members getting on top of Kid should never happen in a comp with Lulu and Janna, but Vici did it that time.
Yeah, maybe a bit early on the ultimate for Zatai, but managed to do a lot of work and kite them around. Dandy actually going to get caught out. We'll get Gragas ulti back. Tornado plus the slows coming through there, and Dandy has to get a block. The good knockup comes in, but Carry comes in to save him. Kakao going to join in there as well. Still chasing RIG. They really want to kill Dandy, but he's fairly tanky on the Sejuani. The tower's still in their way. Zatai going to whimsy his way forward. Good ulti from Dandy will keep him safe, and now Hatong coming in as well, diving in onto Rookie, who instantly cleanses the gold card. Can turn it around. The ulti will threaten, and Vici Gaming will back away.
Might have been a chance for a petrifying gaze, but Vici got the hell out after the cleanse was used. So probably smart positioning from them. They have a lot of Baron damage, and Sejuani's in base.
Yep, smart stuff, knowing that Dandy's recalled and can't get back safely. Just get on top of the Baron and take it away. It dies so fast, and Rookie gets it. Kakao didn't even smite.
Yeah, the miss smite actually comes through. That's a big problem, but this thing
Yeah, Carry getting chased down. Kakao in the front line. Petrifying gaze will peel off Carry as he dives in. Marta going to be the next to fall as Kid managed to pick up the kill onto Nautilus. 2-0 now as Hatong getting chased away. The barrel just short there onto Hatong, but RG starting to gain momentum.
Yeah, much better team fight with Kakao in the front line with the Wild Glow is still available in this situation. Rookie fighting next to Kid. Those are the fights IG are looking for. Took them 30 minutes, but they look good when they get them.
And now the towers are going to start to fall. IG evened up the turrets. Now going to be ahead by 1 as they take their 4th turret of the game. They don't even need Zatai, who can teleport in if needed, and this tower's also going to go down.
I mean, that's the thing. The Cogmore does so much safe damage to these structures, keeps proccing that Trinity Force. Cassiopeia is setting up an effective zone even without the Petrifying Gaze. The base is broken, and so might be Vici's game plan, because they never got the rotations they were looking for. For once, Hatong's Twisted Fate, it's really contributed nothing.
And he didn't even get that punish. Yes, Rookie was pressuring him in the early stages of the lane, but I felt like Rookie started playing back in his lane, just scared of Dandy once level 6 here for Sejuani. Maybe Hatong just sort of put himself off kilter by failing that first Destiny a bit, but it's weird to see Vici pick this sort of comp and do so little with it in the first 20 minutes.
The thing to mention is that usually those Twisted Fate split pushes that have been so successful in previous series have been facilitated by aggressive wards being put down by Dandy and Marta. This game, we've noted many times, their ward line has begun and ended defensively, maybe up to the river, but no further. So we never saw a situation where Twisted Fate could split push, and when he was split pushing around this area that you see him on the mini-map now, he was just pushing farm into Cogmore to gleefully just pick up without any pressure whatsoever. In terms of Destiny, we've seen 3 of them used for no real gain at all. And, I mean, 5 score involvements out of 5 is 100% kill participation. But with this rotational game plan, they should either have a turret lead or a hell of a load of kills, and they have neither.
Sick flash every Kakao. Hatong flashes out of the Grog Assault, though. Will get the stun. Can't proc the barrel, so no slow for Kakao. But now's a teleport coming in for Zatai. He really wants this kill, but a little too deep there for the Lulu.
They get both escape summoners from Twisted Fate. They'll take that trade. Another outer turret goes down. The thing about Vici is their comp does nothing in this situation.
Yeah, Kid actually face-tanking turret with a Lulu shield on him. Zatai maybe even just joining in for the Lich Bane damage as he's managed to finish that up as well. Carry looking in, but they can't really dive Rookie with the ultimate up ready for Cassiopeia.
I mean, IG going to make all the decisions. They have the explosive cast available soon. They have the Petrifying Gaze, so you can't dive into them. They've already taken the turret and the inhibitor, so no reason to overstay. And Vici, even with all this initiation CC, we're getting to the point with Mikhail's, with QSS, with all the other options. IG have all the cards, and it feels like Vici, even with Twisted Fate, usually pretty good with the cards, not going to help out.
No, not so much, as Hatong still in the top lane trying to push that out, knows that he can't really contest the Super Minion waves just yet, despite all the AP that he has. Dragons respawning right now for IG, though, and they will be able to pick it up as they prep for all this damage. And Baron melted, Dragon's going to go even faster.
It's just been a really smart play by IG to answer all the obvious threats coming through from Vici. The Twisted Fate split push threat has been answered by strong wave clear from Lulu, so they never could opt into a situation where Twisted Fate was split pushing against Lulu. Cassiopeia's had incredible kill pressure onto Twisted Fate, so he's been avoiding that lane since very early. And look at this, Lulu just whimsying in, forces the ghost from Hatong.
I mean, Zatai does respectable damage now on this Lulu. Morellonomicon, Deathcap, and now the Lich Bane means that the squishy Twisted Fate absolutely has to be scared of this top lane Lulu, and Lulu normally a champion that's just fine with her 2 items. The tie, a real threat on this team now as well.
Yeah, with the Lich Bane, as you mentioned, some single target damage continues to build AP, which of course builds up his defensive utility, and Kid is super scary. No rush for any sort of armor, any sort of armor penetration, no need for a Last Whisper, because only the Randuin's completed for carry.
And Rookie is about to evolve into disgusting damage from Cassiopeia. I think he's maxed out his passive stacks, but he's got a Rabadon's on the way, and when I last checked, it's 558 AP.
Yeah, 558 AP, add an extra couple of percentages there from the Death Cap, but it's going to be a lot of AP coming through from the Cassio.
It really is here, and the Death Cap's not far away here for Rookie either, and to be honest, he hasn't really been needed. IG have just found some strong fights. Kid has been able to pick people off, and IG have played wonderfully around the map to get themselves to this spot. They steal away the blue buff from Rookie. Rotations even easier now due to the third dragon they've gotten as well. And Kid, he's got his Phantom down, so he's ready to go with all of the Bio Arcane Barrage damage.
I'm really loving the introduction of Cassiopeia to these Protect the Cogmore comps as Cacao gets a bit feisty in the back lane.
He just throws his ult onto Vici. Apparently doesn't really mind. The cooldown's pretty short, and Hatong going to go in. Actually peeling away as Carrie's found a very good spot, but he's getting ulted down. He's so low. Finally knocks him into the wall, and massive CC coming through, but IG still cutting around, keeping Kid alive. He's been wild growth. He's doing so much damage, but it's not quite enough. Cacao will fight back there. It's a 2 for 2 so far, but Cacao will quickly fall. No, gets out of the way. 2 for 4 so far, and Cacao might make it 5. Vici Gaming are keeping themselves in this game. Cacao tagged by a boomerang, body slams again. Barrow will keep him safe, so only 4 for 2, but Vici fight back. Oh god, their base.
What an engage from Nah, triple or quadra Nah into the wall, getting the CC on both of the high damage threats. I never thought that would happen, but Cacao's now just going to try and buy time as the super minions do all the work.
Yeah, they're both Nexus turrets are already dead, and Carry gets basically soloed out by Cacao's Gragas. Mata is desperately fighting off the super minions, but he can't really do that much on this Nautilus.
Yeah, the Riptide buffs, they help a little bit, Pastry Time, but the moment they start to aggro the base, there's Sejuani. They might be able to buy just enough breathing time, but you're against a team with a Kog'Maw who can do so much damage from structures from safe range. Don't know how much time it really buys for Vici.
I mean, they maybe just be able to sit everyone forward, Greg assault them off the Nexus, and just have all the shields sit on Kid, and he can just solo it out. Base is now wide open for IG, so Vici, despite winning that last team fight, lost a little too much as a result.
Look, it was an excellent engage. Honestly, it was sloppy vision from IG. They had no vision to their sides, so they got flanked by the Sejuani, who was kind of waiting. He saw the Gragas ultimate being used. He said, I realize now I'm not being spotted out. So he just stood there for a long time, did Dandy. Finally got the Wonder engaged. They didn't respect the Nah bar from Carry. It filled up. Triple Nah into the wall, into a 4-man Glacial Prison. They won the fight off the back of that situation. But yeah, the trade for the base, certainly not ideal for IG. So they lost the minimum for what was a poor team fight for them. But just coming back to Cassio one more time. A high damage mid laner, because remember, people have been trying to introduce a second threat to Juggernaut. A high damage mid laner with such an excellent disengage CC. Petrified engage, so much better disengage. And then hell, it helps with neutral control. The Baron dies instantly.
Yeah, Baron dead there. Hetong uses Destiny and gets the bad news. Baron well and truly dead. I like to bring up Cassio as well, because that Rabadon has been completed. 709 AP, I believe, is where she got to. It's Cacao. He's going in 1v5 at this point, getting a little too low. Quite tanky there, pops out with the Drunken Rage. His team catches up. Dandy forced to use the ultimate. Cacao somehow still lives, but that was very aggressive.
Felt a bit like a rage ultimate, but no one else was looking to engage with the Glacial Prison. So it buys a bit more time to continue with the wave management, the emergency wave management you have to think with the base so much in Ruin. Vici just going to keep pushing out their waves. Again, Cassio replaces the likes of Zed that we've seen in these Juggernaut comps. A high damage laner, but again, with defensive utility. That's the thing I love, is that you add another defensive utility. So someone dives onto you. If you get through the Explosive Cast, the Petrifying Gaze, all of Janna's disengaged CC, and hell, some of Lulu's, you probably deserve to win a team fight.
I mean, I can't think of a better way to kill these tanks as well, other than a Cassiopeia with Rylai's Rabadons and a Leandri's, plus the Seraphs to keep her nice and healthy. IG gonna storm in, take this inhibitor. Kid will just walk back and forth between cooldowns and be able to take it away. And you saw Carry before when he dived in, just managed to get the big Nah ultimate before dying. That will not happen again. Rookie should be able to kill all of the tanks now.
That's the thing, was that it wasn't a repeatable Nah ultimate. That was just IG's overconfidence and Vici's problem.
Oh, Carry gets popped out there. He tried it again, but Kitty's with a very nice Janna ultimate. Disengages, and Cacao walks in aggressively. Ultimate pop though by Vasily. Cacao still chasing people down, soaking up quite a lot of damage. Maybe a little too much here as the depth charge is used onto Kid. Hetong maybe looks to dive in. Kakao disengages with the ulti carry. Gonna get ripped to shreds there by Kid. Does go down to Rookie. Kakao almost dead, but gets wild growth at the last second. And Rookie running rampant in the backline. 4 members dead already for Vici. Hetong off to the side hiding. And IG, they're gonna take it to a game 4.
Picture perfect team fighting from IG. Rookie staying right next to his good friend Kid. Held onto the
the tools to play the game that they love to play in, and instead got dictated to by IG.
And they're dictating the jungle bans in particular, Page Time. What's been banned every series has been the early presence junglers that Dandy's been loving. The Rek'Sai and the Nidalee that he picked up on patch 5.4 and never gave away. Forcing him onto Sejuani, so much harder to get that early snowball. And if he can't snowball, if he's not the one putting down the vision, Vici have no answers.
And Vici now have to answer 2 match points away from IG as they go up in the series 2-1. But we'll have a quick break, and when we return, we'll see what happens in game number 4. So far, Rek'Sai and Italy both banned away, and Vici banned away the Cassiopeia.
I feel like Vici have to ban the Lulu this time. So much Lulu this series, often on the winning team, another disengage option. Janna and Lulu keep getting over to IG, and they use them so potently. Yeah,
Lulu is banned there, so smart adaptations by Vici. I think starting to realize what's been happening in this best of 5, but is it too little too late here for Vici? We'll have to see, because they have to win out now. 2 wins in a row required to upset IG from this point and be the ones to face EDG. But Invictus Gaming starting to build momentum, so we'll see how that works out.
2 match points to IG, as you mentioned. You have to think Gragas is going to be another highly contested pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see it first pick. No, it's banned away as well. All disengage, barring Nami and Janna, really off the table.
Nice ban there from Vici. Finally, I think, hitting on the picks that have won IG the last few games. IG sticking to the same bans, by the way, still picking on Dandy and banning away the Maokai once again from Carry. So we'll see what IG want to take. Janna would be a fine first pick here if they want it, but Sejuani's open also.
Sejuani is a consideration for Kakao, but he's shown prominence on other jungle picks. Been defaulting to the Gragas, but Azia's the champion that makes it through the pick and ban. Also great with the disengage, so not a bad first pick.
Makes sense here. It's one of Rookie's best champions, and Atong, no slouch on the champion either. That does leave Vici some power picks here, depending on what they want to take away. But Azir's been banned a couple of times already in this series, so I like the pick away by Invictus Gaming.
Sejuani Janna, I think, will be a very powerful duo. Get Marta back on that Janna. Remember, it was when he was on Janna in Game 1 that was Vici's big victory. Fits their champion pool, doesn't give anything away. They've got engage and disengage with his first 2 picks, and suddenly draft looks a lot better for Vici.
It does here, and I would love these picks away. Can't imagine them changing them to anything else here. We'll give them a couple seconds to decide, but Sejuani's locked in, and Janna soon follows.
Just so much, not necessarily inherent synergy, but suddenly you have the protection and the engage coming through. Getting on top of an Azir, locking him down from range is actually a very desirable thing. So getting it from the jungle with the scaling of Sejuani is a very big power pick for Vici.
And IG going to mull over the next few picks as well. They've got the Azir already. We've seen Kakao's Nunu once already this evening. Didn't quite work out maybe the way that they wanted it to, but it would combo in nicely with the Azir that they've already picked. Kid loves to pick up Kalista as well in almost any situation. Urgot is open, so it's a bit dangerous, but Nunu, Kalista are IG's 2nd and 3rd.
Of course, if you do go with the Urgot, again, another threat of these low damage lineups coming through. Have to see if he goes for it. Vasili's Urgot has been impressive in the past, so it could be a consideration in this matchup. Kassadin versus Azir is the matchup we saw yesterday, of course, in the EDG versus WE 5th game, and it went just fine for Kassadin. It wouldn't be a bad lock-in, but of course we remember back in the first game, Kassadin didn't quite work out.
No, I mean, almost did honestly for Hatong. He looked great on the champion once they got to the later stages. I think Vici have to sort of settle themselves and go for things that they know. The drafting's certainly been a bit off, but it's more their play that sort of intrigued me. IG cleaned up their drafting and have played great. Vici looking to draft perfectly fine, but maybe not executing quite as well. Kassadin and Lucian, big comfort picks here for Vici.
And Kassadin versus Azir is definitely not the same sort of losing matchup as we saw with Kassadin versus TF. So Azir definitely going to be a little bit more on the back foot than Rookie was able to be on Twisted Fate, where he's just pushing so aggressively. Have Sejuani coming through from the jungle against the jungle Nunu. So you would say a little bit more ganking pressure, at least in the early levels, and especially around the level 6 power spike. And Lucian Janna, that's a very strong duo lane.
It is indeed, and they're hovering the Annie now as well. The aggressive Kalista duo being considered here by Invictus Gaming. But not too long left here. I like what they're showing so far. They will swap it over Thresh, actually, to pick there for IG. But Satai showing something new, I believe. Aurelia's his pickup here.
Actually moving to Aurelia, not his usual champion pool. I don't believe he's played Aurelia in a competitive game in the LPL yet this season. He needs to blind pick something. So I guess he goes with the Aurelia, who can deal with most of the top lane meta matchup.
I just like it a lot against Janna. That's the big issue here for IG, is that they have to get through Janna, who's been potent in this series so far. I think Aurelia looks great in that particular matchup because they've already got enough protection for Kalista. That's not really the issue, but they've got to get on top of Vici's carries as well.
Speaking of carries, looking to opt into what is on some level a losing matchup. We usually see Aurelia's outscaling Rumbles, but it is a skill matchup to some degree. Carrie's already shown that he's a massively feared Rumble player, 10-1 for the season against the untested Aurelia from Zatai. Maybe he just feels that he can opt into a skill matchup and outskills Zatai in the top lane.
I mean, Carrie's had a great series, I have to say. Been consistently good so far in the games they've had against IG. Vici pulling out all the stops here as they move into what could be their final game, and I can't blame them. For the most part, I look down at Vici and one word springs to mind. It's comfort.
It is a lot of comfort coming through, and Carrie's really being threatening to be in the same league as top lane rumbles like Acorn when it comes to just his power on that pick. You see the synergy there with the initiation from Sejuani into the equalizer combos coming through. He's opting into the skill matchup. He must be confident.
Yeah, he'll take it against the Tizer earlier as Kakao back on the Nunu versus the Sejuani. Didn't go so well last time. We'll see how he does in this game.
I mean, Kakao will have to be a bit more proactive than we've seen previous Nunu players be. This is a better lane matchup for Cassidy. Saw the first Cassidy loss early in the series basically because Twisted Fate had no jungle pressure whatsoever. Sejuani needing to provide that.
Yeah, and there's Kalista again for Kid. Always loves this champion, but couldn't quite get it done. And Lucian now for Vasilian. Kid is back on Thresh, but Mata back on Janna.
And consistently, we have seen these Lucian lanes beat Kalista in the 2v2s early, but when you get enough attack speed, when the Martial Poise is frequent enough, you get the bigger jumps to try and avoid the piercing light, the lane starts to go towards Kalista.
Yeah, and I wonder if they'll try and swap away again as a result. Again, Kalista into tanks, Papa Smithy. I'm yet to be convinced.
I mean, you say into tanks, it's only really a single tank lineup. It's only the Sejuani in terms of frontline threat. If carry's kept down and we don't see a damaged Rumble where you have to respect both the Flame Splitter and the ultimate, if he's forced onto an equalizer-centric build, you can see those Rensets coming through from the Kalista. I understand your concern, and in the late game, there is that really big threat that Kassadin, with those three items, the Rod of Ages into the Zhonyas and the Athenes, can assassinate the short-range Kalista. But in terms of the mid-game, keep the Rumble down, boost up the Kalista. You do have some options.
Yeah, again, we do have a pause to start this game, so not quite in there yet as we do see Dandy looking a little bit concerned. He was rubbing his eyes before the match started. Again, Vici have to refocus. He can't afford to make any more mistakes at this point. They have no more games left to give away.
I mean, look, Dandy has a right to be concerned. It's match point for IG. IG have had the run of the last two games. There's a lot to be concerned about if you're gaming. I feel like the comp really works their strengths a bit better. I was optimistic about Game 3, but they could never get the rotational play going against the Juggernaut that's proved so successful during the course of the LPL. Now they have a better lane matchup for Cass, and they have Carry on his ultimate comfort champion. And Dandy gets another shot at the Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, his Sejuani's fine, but just not had the same control over the jungle and vision that we've seen earlier from Vici as Mata. Pinching his cheeks, again trying to refocus, is on Janna. It's arguably his best champion, certainly his signature champion, and you can see trying to pump himself back up. I mean, Vici, again, they've got everything to lose here at this point, but don't think that IG won't be focused. And for me, the wildcard is the top lane. How good is the Tizer earlier?
That's the big question mark. We don't know the answer to that question for each time. Might see a lane swap coming through. Of course, you'd probably take Irelia and a lane swap over Rumble. Rumble does struggle to get any sort of counter pushing going. His jungle follow not as good as Irelia's either, so that might be a consideration coming into this series. IG crucially only had the single disengage this time. It's not Janna Lulu, the embarrassment of riches with the kiting back and disengage. It's only really Rookie with the Emperor's Divide.
And Rookie, his Azir is fantastic, so I wonder if he can maybe even bully that Kassadin in the lane as well. We have a lot of questions moving into Game 4, unsurprisingly.
And that's just the reality, but it is match point to IG. They have a good comp being chosen, but Vici, they're on comfort.
Yeah, I mean, Vici, they should be as well. Again, it might be their last game here, so we'll have to fight back. We'll see what they can do as we're about to move into IG's game number 4. And welcome back onto the Rift here. Invictus Gaming versus Vici. A best of 5 here in the LPL Spring Playoffs, and Invictus Gaming find themselves up 2-1.
Invictus Gaming, they have the momentum, 2 wins in a row, but a lot of that was off the back of very strong disengaged champions, the likes of Janna and Lulu in multiple games. They don't have that this game. Vici, they've mostly been about avoiding fights during the LPL, out-rotating their opponents. They tried to opt into fights last game and then just found multiple sorts of disengage, whether it was Gragas, whether it was Lulu, whether it was Janna. This game should be more on their terms. They should be the ones choosing engage coming through with the Sejuani and all the other offensive options they have.
I think for me, the other question is, can Kakao deliver again on Nunu? He's had great Nunu games. In fact, Nunu, who we thought coming into this series would be quite contested, has had poor showings by both junglers who are traditionally quite good Nunu players, Dandy especially. Kakao's definitely been dictated to when he's played the champion so far in this series, but if he can have another influential game like he was on the Gragas, IG will look in prime position to advance to the semi-final.
And one thing we didn't mention in Champions Day is that although it's not Nunu Jinx, which has probably been the most winning duo when it comes to Nunu AD carries. Of course, the Blood Bowl is such a core tenet to Nunu's kit, can really set up success. It is Nunu Azir in this game, Pastry Time. So empowering the Azir to get even more damage out of fight, already itemized into the Stinger to really get that attack speed with cost-effective cooldown reduction. But Nunu Azir is a really powerful duo.
It is, and I'm excited to see the Blood Boil Azir again. Maybe more excited to see what Kalista can potentially do with the Blood Boil for additional movement speed and just so much attack speed for the Martial Poise. Maybe Kid will change up his item build. Not entirely convinced of that yet, but as you break down here, Kid and Kiddies take the Krugs and return to the bottom side. Kid already level 2 starting to get aggressive because we've got standard lanes once again.
It is actually interesting to mention the Blood Boil synergy with Kalista. Okay, it is an AD carry. They all crave movement speed and attack speed, but that just means the Martial Poise is double scaling off one ability. Suddenly the Piercing Light becomes super, super hard to hit on the Kalista, and that can change the texture of a fight, so it's a smart call out.
I mean, maybe not even just that, because in lane, obviously Blood Boil not there, but in team fights, absolutely. Hitong maybe not peelable, but avoiding the Equalizer, avoiding Sejuani, or perhaps something that's much easier now for Kid.
Watching this mid lane as well. We'll be interested to see how Rookie and Hitong go. We saw Akasten do very, very well from Pawn yesterday. Hitong's probably not quite Pawn tier when it comes to the Kassadin, so it could be different.
Yeah, we'll see now. Azir with an early lead. Rookie actually loves to bully on the champion as Dandy just missing getting hooked there. It's been exhausted by Kiddies as well. Cacao continues in with a snowball. He wants to chase, but will just take a bit of damage. But IG trying to 3-buff Vici and look to be successful.
Yeah, Cacao really wanted to force the flash defensively out of Dandy. Wasn't able to do that. But even with 2 members towards the bottom, the fast reaction from Kiddies means that should be able to pick up a 3rd blue buff.
And this is what we expected more from Cacao, especially on a champion like Nunu. Against Sejuani, pick on her. We've seen Cacao constantly pick on Sejuani since 5.6 happened with a whole host of champions, and now finally doing it on Nunu.
And he's kind of alone in that regard. We've seen multiple members get close to contesting a Sejuani at a 2nd buff, but not really follow through and actually pick up that 3 buff potential. Sejuani always opens that because her first clear, she falls so low in the jungle that you can go in there with your support and just chase her away.
Yeah, Rookie set now against Hitong, harassing nicely, sort of as expected, I guess, in this matchup. A good lead already, 23-11 CS. Now double actually at 24-12 as Rookie again. We've seen him do this before on Azir specifically. He started getting banned away because he just punished people in lane with it.
And even though Hitong is getting zoned, he's still skilling for teamfights, still skilling for skirmish in terms of maxing the force pulse first. Getting a gank, but not going to be able to close the distance onto Rookie. You usually want to max that Q if you want to just trade from range, get a bit of a magic resist shield, which should be very effective against all the harass coming through from Azir. But going the more optimistic route, going the more late game route, and maxing the force pulse.
And I saw Kid do a good bit of chunk of damage there to Vasily. It looks to be maxing Pierce this time around, so going to look to poke in on Vasily, stay out of range of the piercing lights, have a bit of a lower cooldown for some more hops as well, and so far looking to be successful, actually leading in CS in this lane.
I mean, the Pierce max first is really interesting to me, Pastry Time, because the cooldown doesn't scale with level. It's just the flat amount of damage it does. It just gives you so many options in terms of counter pushing. You can counter push down a wave with that AoE Pierce, so it's all about trying to control the wave with a bit more ranged clear.
Yeah, and just maybe a bit more poke as well for Landers. Zatai hopping around the minions there, takes good damage though from Carry's Flame Spitter. Started with a flash, did Zatai. Cloth Armor there for Carry, who must know this matchup exceptionally well, being a seasoned Rumble player. We'll see how Zatai goes as we move through, keeping up in CS so far, but Carry's Rumble is a sight to behold when it gets going.
It's quite significant that he opts into the Cloth Armor instead of, say, the Ruby Crystal, so it means not going to be the fast haunting guys. We recall that in the earlier game we saw Carry play Rumble. It was another situation where he got the very fast Seeker's Arm Guard. He builds more for lane than most Rumble players I've seen, but hey, it seems to be working out. Yeah,
wants to make sure he gets through the awkward laning phase that Rumble can have sometimes and make sure he's always powerful when it comes to the mid game. Is down the bottom. Kid, good chunk of damage here put down onto Kalista. Kid actually leading in CS by 10, so maybe Vasily over-aggressive in his harass. Mata even has to be careful. Does get soul marked, but won't get ganked. And Dandy's here is why they're playing so aggressive.
Dandy's crucially level 5, doesn't have access to the Glacial Prison. Isn't going to come in aggressive yet, though.
No, gonna wait here. Use the hook now. Kid actually in a prime position as Kiddies wants to go aggressive, and Dandy been very patient here. Has the flash, but Kid now gonna get preyed on. The tornado comes in as well, and first blood goes to Vasily as Kiddies now has to run away. The Flay coming forward, moves 2 back, but Vasily gonna move in. Flash there will keep it. Vasily follow flashes, heals as well. Wants to kill Sober. Vasily taking out the turret. Now Kakao has to run back in as well. It's just the 1 kill, but it's crucially gone to Lucian.
And the patience of Dandy paid such great dividends, getting the first blood onto his AD carry, Vasily. You mentioned it already. This lane was actually going very poorly for Vici. So for them to get that advantage really unsettles all the good 2v2 work that Kid and Kiddies had done.
And Dandy again, now level 5, going to accelerate slightly towards level 6. And we see Dandy do this quite a lot. He ganks rather a lot actually on Sejuani, but that one certainly paid off.
Yeah, the patience though, just most junglers would have backed away, gone back to their camps, but crucially didn't have anything to kill it. Just picked up the Gromp before he went bottom. So there was no camp to really draw his eye, and knew that at some point the overextension would come from Kid. He registered such a big damage trade onto Vasily with the max range Pierce that it was priced in to keep pushing. And there was Dandy.
Yeah, Rookie returns to his lane though. Chalice of Harmony plus an amp term, so Chalice coming through for Rookie there as his first item. Makes a lot of sense. Hetong returning again, blasting one and a Ruby Crystal, so able to fight back quite a bit better now in the lane.
With the Force Pulse max and the flat ability power coming through from the blasting wad, we'll have a bit of counter pushing, so maybe it will start to look better when it comes to lane control. But you can see that CS advantage, it's grown. It's already 20 CS in the mid.
Good pierce there from Kid, going to clear out the wave pretty quickly, and a Rico Bow's actually Kid's first item. Might be going in for, again, that quick BF sword plus the Rico build that bow build that he seems to love so much.
But look, if there's no team fights to really punish the fact that he doesn't have neither the lane sustain nor the Hurricane for the potential for the Ren sets, it's not a big deal. If you can get away with this build, it's just fine, and you don't have to auto-push the lane with a Hurricane, nor spend so much gold on sustain when you also want to have offensive opportunities with attack speed. So if you can choose to straddle the line and not get punished, you're perfectly happy if you're Kid.
Yeah, Rookie now as well, pushing things out, looking good on the CS front, but Hetong has caught up nicely. Dandy going to catch Kakao there, Permafrost in there for the slow. Ulti actually used as well. Hetong will dive over, and Cassidy going to get the kill. Carry's teleported in, but he is not needed.
And even though Rookie had both his Summoners and the Emperor's Divide, just couldn't get in position for that to be a meaningful statistic. Of course, you can just use the Rift Walk to move and navigate around that ability, so it wasn't going to come up trumps in that situation. And suddenly, it's another Nunu that's behind in the jungle.
Yeah, Kakao again on the Nunu behind. Dandy leading in front with the Sejuani once again. It's kind of a flashback to game 1. Tatai, though, almost solo killing Carry there in the top lane. Will force the flash, but Dandy should be able to steal away the Dragon for his team.
Surprising that Carry felt confident enough to pick up the Haunting Guys build for team fights rather than for lane. The hook comes through, but no potential for the steal. Carry has to be careful.
Yeah, the tie going in. Might look to dive, but can't quite go aggressive. Maybe going to wait for his cooldown. 6 seconds till Blade Surge is back, but Carry smartly will back away. Does not want to get dove here by the Aurelia. Is going all the way back to his tier 2 turret.
I mean, the big adaptation I expected was Seeker's Armor just for a bit more laning power, because of course there will always come a point where Aurelia will naturally build that Trinity Force and Rumble just won't be able to duel her. She'll outscale in terms of 1v1 split push pressure. So building for Haunting Guys, that's definitely building for the Equalizer, building for team fights. I thought he would opt into more selfish items to try and deal with the Aurelia, but he went the Haunting Guys, and this is the result. He's quickly forced out of lane.
Yeah, no arm guard just yet. Just still with the cloth arm that he started at level 1 with his back in the bottom lane. Vasily returns with a BF sword. Marta actually moving in for a tornado. Very nice there. Hook almost landing, but Vasily predicts it and dashes out of the way.
CS very even in the bottom lane. Still waiting to see if we see the BF sword opted into yet. Of course, BF sword and actually completing the Hurricane going to be very similar gold values, but if I'm going to be a betting man, probably going to be the BF sword from Kid.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Tong clearing some stuff out. Actually has a red buff after the few exchanges. Kiddies getting low on the bottom side as Kid dodges some bolts from the culling. That's a good chunk though for Vici. And again, Vasily finally back in a 2v2 lane on Lucian where he can bully the enemy AD carry.
I mean, the burst trades are so much stronger for Vasily, even though Kid is going for the burst trade max and maxing the pierce. That's just the nature of the kits between Lucian and this Callista. Dandy, I believe, was spotted out coming into lane, and you can tell Kid, not interested in staying in lane.
No, just going to take away the Krugs here as well. Does get them, but that might mean Vici get an early turret here, and it's been a while since we've seen an early turret fell by Vici, but they're starting to press the momentum. Already have a gold lead of about 1,000. Going to go up just a bit more as they take out the turret.
This was still their MO in the previous series. They got the first turret of the game in Game 2, but were never able to capitalize and out-rotate the enemy, and then in the previous game didn't get a turret at all. So good to be on the board for Vici. They've got the kills, they've got the dragon, they've got the turret. So the early objective play has been back theirs. Look, they skipped away for a couple of games, but they're back onto their playstyle in Game 4.
I just think it's nice to see Vasily play an aggressive AD carry and have Dandy back in his lane getting him ahead. We've seen that Vasily plays best from in front. He always wants to go aggressively. Even was famous for juking forward when he played in the NALCS, always moving towards his enemy. Vasily has the option to do that now as Kitties gets nailed by the slow of the ultimate there from Sejuani. Knockout coming through, a great double play. Rookie gets them out with the Emperor's Divide and a good save by the mid laner.
That time the Emperor's Divide was clutch in the situation. Seeing the trade in top.
Yeah, Zatai actually now getting on to carry. Good damage trade coming to Zatai. Can't quite get it. Flashes for the last auto and gets the solo kill. Just lives from the last tower bolt.
Good calculations. Probably could have got it a little bit safer, but no one to punish him in the top side. And a solo kill for Zatai on the impressive Rumble from Carry.
Rookie starting to destroy her tongue here as well with the blue buff. So many Sand Soldiers just moving in for the damage. Rookie aggressive. He's got a good CS lead here as well. Zatai building a similar lead, but Kakao, he's been the one that's got caught out a few times. Dandy will get him again. Her tongue's coming through. He challenges his ultimate, but he gets knocked up. Rookie trying to zone them off. Goes back in aggressively once again. Teleport here for Zatai. There was Rookie. Doesn't have his ultimate. He's still fighting. Goes back in. Kiddies gets the hook. Kid gonna hop his way in. He's actually got a Hurricane now as well. Can't get the rent sets. Gets the kill onto a Tongue Glass Rookie. Now the knockout comes through from the Fates calls. Dandy's forced to run away. Kid's still moving in forward and TP's come down. Dandy only goes down and 2 for 1, I believe, for IG.
Fortuitous timing to have the Hurricane complete. This time it pays off. Vici have to back away just to respect the potential rent set coming in. Dandy was super low. Things are going from bad to worse for Vici. The result is a pretty even trade.
And it's, what, 25-30 CS ahead for the mid and similar or the same for the top side of the map. We talk about Rookie's early learning on champions like Azir, but Zatai's Aurelia looks very practiced.
I mean, and you can see from the CS advantage and the fact that Carry's built for teamfights rather than lane. He's basically ceded any hope of lane control going for that double magic penetration over the likes of a Seeker's Armguard. Seeker's Armguard wouldn't have been the solution to the laning phase, but it would have improved it. In this situation, he just has to back away and basically uses Equalizer off cooldown just to try and push the wave in.
Yeah, Carry has no good options. Now 13-minute Trinity Force has been completed by Zatai, so can completely take Carry out in any sort of 1v1 situation. They might even look to rotate Lucian just to maybe get some tower damage down, but Dragon's back up in a minute 30. Vici can't afford to swap right now.
Struggle is he's going for those aggressive trades, but with the 6-second rift walk, just isn't able to get a burst trade in and then disengage before all the Sand Soldier damage comes through. And the trade damage from Rookie is just higher than what Hatong can put out.
Yeah, I mean, all these autos coming through for this Azir just adding up to so much sustained damage.
Mid.
Good Lantern, though, does free him up. Dandy looking for an ulti, but doesn't find it this time, and everyone needs to stay alive. Dragon's back in a minute.
And we look at the prep vision. It's still there for Vici. Good defensive vision coming through from IG means that there's no aggressive vision they've been putting to make this Dragon a safe one for Vici Gaming, but IG, they need to commit if they want to try and equalize the vision on the actual Dragon Pit. Yep,
Infinity Edge finish for Lucian there as well, so a big power spike for Vasily as you move in for our Dragon number 2. Rookie getting aggressive now at level 11. Zatai the same here, hunting Carry, you have to think, trying to zone him out by standing in the brush. Teleport's not up, actually, so if they do want to start a fight around this Dragon, it'll be 4v4.
I mean, Carry's got the double magic penetration, wants to get in there with the Equalizer, but not level 11, and no teleport is awkward times for the Rumble, who still can't stand in lane. He might have to just pack up and leave. He considered it, but he's just choosing between going top and bot.
Dandy coming in again. Kitties actually pops the box. Dandy might use his ultimate. Marta's got a tornado to knock him up. Kitties does flash a bit late, but is able to get safety and cross maximum distance. Great equalizer, though, by Carry as he roams down and he snipes the kill.
Even though it's just 100 damage a tick, 2 ticks is enough to take out the Thresh. That should free up the second Dragon for Vici. Good trade, but he doesn't actually lose his turret. It's very low in the top.
Yeah, the mid turret goes down, though, as Azir was able to take that out just from minions pushing in. He's even moving to the top lane, I think looking to try and take this turret out, maybe even get a gank onto carry. Nunu's come down as well. They will walk over a ward, and they want to go in here, and carry already knows what's wrong, is going in towards his tier 2 turret.
Yeah, the turret's at about 30% health, so is critically low. Cannot stand up to the Aurelia. Shot goes back, shops, just picks up a null magic mantle. But hell, it helps the 1v1 that it was already heavily in the favor of Zatai.
Yeah, Rookie returns back to his lane as well. Berserker Greaves now finished for Kids, so going to start pushing his waves up nice and aggressively with the Hurricane. Does have to be careful though, Hetong is joining down, but Kitties is going to get the hook onto him as well. Flay back out as well, but Riftwalk is of course up. And he'll be safe over the Dragon Wall.
And with just the Hurricanes, definitely not the single target damage build that Kid's looking for. So wouldn't have definitely had the secure damage, even if the first Riftwalk was interrupted. Zatai, this is causing really bad times for Carry. Remember, he picked this Rumble into Aurelia.
Yes, Zatai's just diving at this point, and Carry can't do anything. A solo kill now as Zatai dives the turret, and Dandy is here to try and save him, but Zatai might even be able to go on as well. Too many minions are going to make it a problem, and Dandy will get the trade.
Again, the big issue is that Carry picked Rumble into the Aurelia, fully well understanding this matchup, and doesn't have any semblance of wave control already at 13 minutes. He basically has to pack up and leave and get those impactful equalizers down. But if he ever misses it, he's going to lose multiple turrets in the bottom lane, and whenever he returns, he's giving up CS, he's giving up lane control. Aurelia is only going to get more and more favorable in the off lane.
And that's exactly what they need. Aurelia, for me, is the big solution to all of the CC coming through, and even the Kassadin. If Zatai can hold down Hetong and be the one diving onto him, all of a sudden the squishier threats here, the Azir and the Kalista, that are so threatened by this mid to late game Kassadin, are nullified by the strong mid game Aurelia.
It's a good pickup. Kassadin himself, 4 stacks on the Rod of Ages, still about 24 minutes to finish up that Rod of Ages transform. The item timings are fine for Vasily, but Kid went for the Hurricane build, hasn't been punished in terms of lack of wave control, because of course with Hurricane you're forced to only push in the minion wave. You cannot hope to freeze it because you're doing the AoE with those bolts. But able to pick up, and that Bloodthirst, it can't be more than a few minutes away.
No, should be there soon. BF Sword has been completed, and Zatai going in again. Carry immediately backs away. He does have some support this time, but IG may be sniffing out this gank, have Thresh in reserve as well.
I mean, Rumble's so far overextended. You know he has at least one friend, in this case multiple friends, 4 members up top. IG don't necessarily have the ward coverage to know where people are. They happily spot them out with the one ward they had down, so it wasn't necessarily predictable, but the positioning from Carry kind of gave him away.
Yeah, we can look moving now as well. Rookie actually going in with his stinger now as well as Carry. Everyone leaves, and Zatai immediately jumps in him. Going to look for another solo kill, almost gets it again, and Carry can't really rejoin this fight. Just an ultimate at this point.
Exactly. Not a solo kill, but might as well be. Forces him away. Might even force a teleport if IG can get a big rotation, but not much to contest for at this stage.
Dandy hanging out, hoping someone walks by the ward that he set up, I think. Although, actually, that's an IG ward, so never mind. Cacao actually doing a good job with the sight soon, getting aggressive vision down, and Dandy going to find himself grossly out-rotated at this point. IG get a free tier 2 turret in mid.
With all the attack speed from Hurricane, okay, it doesn't help in 1v1s, but taking down structures does just fine. 3 turrets to 1. Vici getting out-rotated. Feels dangerously reminiscent of the last couple of games, Pastry Time.
4-1 in turrets now for IG, and it's accelerated here this game. This is normally what Vici do to people. They've got 2 dragons, so they have control over that area, but just getting out-rotated pretty consistently. I said, you know, with the bottom tower going down, looks good for Vasily, but you reminded me that that keeps happening in games, and Vici somehow still find themselves behind.
Yeah, they break that first turret, but it's never the 3 turrets at 12, 13 minutes that was happening in the LPL. It's a single turret. They don't get the rotations they want in other lanes. Now Lucian's back up top again. They might finally fell this top turret, but that doesn't open up the strategic hole that Aurelia's just going to keep happily split pushing with teleport, and they have no one to send against it.
Yeah, I mean, rotation finally comes through for Vici. Does claim them an outer turret, but IG and Cacao with the Blood Bow working in, and at this point just using the Nunu as a rotational tool has been wonderful for IG.
And this is the Nunu paying off. The Blood Bow is doing a lot of work in this situation. Azir, Kalista, whoever they choose, they're answering outer turrets for inner turrets, and anyone can tell you that is in the advantage of IG.
I mean, Vici should know that better than anyone. That's how their team normally operates, and maybe the Kassadin's a part of the comp that I don't like, not because I don't think Hetong's Kassadin's good. It's actually great, nor do I think it's bad against this team comp. It just takes a little too long to get going, and IG are completely exploiting that power trough.
Certainly not Twisted Fate, who can threaten global pressure. Twisted Fate, I believe, available in this game, not selected. Kind of understandable after struggling in the previous game. But I agree with you. You need some wave clear. You need to at least control this minion wave. have a counter push opportunity. And even if you go blasting one first, you're never going to be able to outpush Azia as Cassidy.
No, and you can see the CS lane for Rookie being consistently high in this particular lane. Top lane is just disgusting at this point as we pop up there. 60 CS and counting for Zatai, who's got his Trinity Force, a Hex Trinket, and a Glacial Shroud.
And that's the thing, is that Rumble can hope to group and maybe fight for the Dragon, always been his strong suit, the Equalizer in one of those choke points. But Aurelia's going to group now with all these item timings, so many mid-game items, and the Trinity Force. Don't think even the Equalizer can undo Invictus game.
I mean, crucially for Kid, has not completed the Bloodthirster if he has enough gold for it, so will be slightly weaker for this next Dragon fight, but plenty of strength left here on the IG lineup, and they're going to fight for this one.
Wait to see what Aurelia does. Hetong's already been poked out below half health. His frontline dive not going to be good without a Zhonya's, and they're catching people in transition.
Oh, Zatai going in again, diving onto Hetong. Not going to chase him too far forward, but zones him off, and that should give IG their first Dragon.
I mean, they have multiple options. They could have got a little bit of turret damage in, but the Dragon's so much safer to pick up. And now Rumble can't split push against Aurelia, and they have to give up the Dragon. Things go for bad for worse.
They do, and that's been the story of this game. And honestly, this series for Vici looked fairly strong in the first game. They took subdued ID and managed to win with a few precise team fights, but it's been the opposite story now. Vici, a team that's so proactive, that's been so good at punishing teams and consistently outclassing and outmoving people on the Rift, have had ID do this to them.
And that's the most surprising thing about this series, that they're being strategically outplayed by Invictus Gaming. That's not what the MO is of Invictus Gaming. That's not what we expected coming through. Though Invictus Gaming, if you give them one strength, it's their ability to adapt to the enemy's playstyle. Vici's has been very predictable. It's been about win lane, win game, push out those minion waves, move up that vision line, and just starve the enemy out of objectives. And IG's adjustments, that seems to be their strong suit. They've come in strong this series.
They've looked very good so far. Poised, of course, to meet with Edward Gaming in the semifinals if they can win this game. And they've started off strong, 3,000 gold ahead, 5-2 in turrets, the biggest thing for me. And Rookie, blood boiled up on a 0, aggressively moving towards an inhibitor turret.
The dictators are being dictated to patient time. They keep being misrotating here, Vici. They're going to lose an inhibitor turret for free, even with this teleport.
Yeah, Carry's forced to port. He should save the turret. Maybe not, actually. I think you were right, Kid. Going to get aggressive. It drops to 50% health, and IG just going to move to the bottom side to the minion wave that's maybe pushing in. An Equalizer comes down. Kid's forced to flash away. The hook goes in for Kiddies, but it actually misses in there. Cacao gets ulti, but Rookie going to force them away. Kid just needs to hop towards his team. Atong's getting jumped on now. So Cacao, a massive ulti to zone them away. And Tatai is so tanky in the backline. Mata resets with an ulti. Dandy gets tagged though and looks to go down. Hetong needs to find a way to go back in. Kill does go down. Actually, it's Cacao, the only death so far. And finally, Vici get a win.
No Renset crucially meant that the fight kept going on. Zatai pulled it into the back. He wants to get the jump over, not able to get it.
Didn't have vision, but a very good ultimate. If he'd had some ward, he'd been able to Blade Surge over. But despite the kill, IG are still pushing in. They'll back away now, given that they're a little low on health. But one kill, not enough there for Vici in that situation.
The crazy thing is they showed perhaps too much respect to the oncoming cavalry from Vici Gamer. They probably could have got that turret to 20% life. It'll start to regen now. So undoes some of the good work coming from IG, but Vici always so late to these rotations, always second to the rotations, always answering the rotations from Invictus Gaming. Outplaying them at their own game. That's a good sign for IG coming into that big semi-final, as you mentioned, but they still have to take out this game.
They do, and it's a crucial game for them to take. I mean, you can give one away if you have to, but always nerve-wracking to play a 5th game. It's so tense at that point, so just take it away now. Make sure you can secure your series. Get a bit more rest, honestly. It's been a long series already between these two teams, and so Ty's Aurelia, I can't remember if he's played it in the top lane so far in the LPL. I don't believe he has, but I've been incredibly impressed.
Definitely something he's added to his champion pool. And that's the thing about Zatai, is that he looked so shaky when he came to the team, playing basically Maokai only. And you're like, okay, why isn't Pokemon playing? One thing you can say about Pokemon is he can play tanks. But you then bring Zatai onto the lamp. He can play those oddball picks like the Karthus top, like the Fizz top, and make those champions work, because he's had a carry mindset for years. A 17-year-old as a 3-year veteran who's always been a great carry player can can bring those carry champions to the top. Okay, it's mostly been the tanks this series, but he can always throw in those other champions to the pool.
Kitties has to be careful. Takes good damage there from Vici. Does get the ulti onto Jana. Sorry, the hook there. Fate's will keep him safe. Kid will hop away as well, but now he's in trouble actually as he tries to throw his thrash. Oh, already died. Kid getting low there will die to Dandy, but now's the tie diving back in. Gets the trade kill onto Mata. Kakao here as well. Changes his ulti. Rookie joining in and getting onto Vici. Emperor's Divide will get the kill, but Rookie has to back away from the Kassadin to tie. Trying to peel once again. Going in onto Atong, but IG 2v3 right now. Kakao looking to fall down as well as the tie. Still fighting on the Aurelia. He's so strong, but finally goes down. No, somehow lives for now. Dandy goes in. The flame's bitter enough there for carry, and Vici have started fighting back.
Massive misfire from Kid, and Kid is not respecting the damage coming through from Vici. Vici has Infinity Edge and Static Shiv. You do not let him free hit you if you're Kiddies, but Kiddies got DPS down. Fate's call to bring him up, so he just changed target to the Kalista. Almost instantly killed her as well. It looked like it might get better when the cavalry came, but the same was the result for Vici, and it's a team fight win for Vici Game.
And IG maybe thinking their lead's a little small, a little bigger than it actually is. It's only 1,000 gold between the two teams, or maybe, no, yeah, 1,000 gold actually. So they did have a decent lead before, about 4 to 5k, but that's shortened considerably since then. And the thing for Vici is they do have a good scaling comp here. Tongue in particular starting to get stronger. Lucian's not getting any weaker either, and Invictus Gaming, a couple of missteps there really cost them and closed the lead that they just had.
And it's a consistent story. You cannot just have one peel against the Kassadin. The Kassadin got into the backline, DPS down the backline, and they just had no options, even with Aurelia just applying the Equilibrium Strike and trying to DPS them down. The second Rift Wall's going to come through. He's going to get out. You see CDR boots and the Divinish Codec going to be moving towards that 40% CDR with blue buff. Peeling away her tongue is only going to get more difficult as he moves towards a 1.2 second cooldown Rift Walk. And IG just have to fight carefully because they have to respect Kassadin.
I think for me, it's, gets the time maybe not as strong as he thought he would be in this point as Kitties gets tagged by Dandy again. He's now getting caught in his own jungle as he tries to be safe. Kakao, I think, tried to flash over to help him. No, that was somebody else. Actually, Thresh flashing away. That would make sense, but Dragon back up soon. Zatai still split pushing, but does not have his teleport quite yet to join in for Dragon in 15 seconds.
Crucially, there is no one that can be sent against Zatai, so carry needs to stay towards the Dragon. Third Dragon's a nice power spike. They need to make plays around the map because they cannot answer this Thai split push.
Oh, Fate's Call forced out there. It's a Tong. Dives in onto Kitties. Aurelia still on top of that tower and will get it actually. So all of the inner turrets down now as well. 6 to 3 in turrets for Vici, and IG threaten that Dragon with a Baron, and Vici have to back away from it.
IG trying to collapse onto the Baron. Probably not going to be successful. They can't fight in the choke. Still have to respect the Equalizer.
It's going to slow Dandy away, but he's rather tanky on the Sejuani. The Locket especially being a big help. Zatai does go back, gets a Spirit Visage for himself, so now diving the Kassadin seems like a much easier prospect. But Dandy nails Rookie with the ulti. He cleanses out of it. Emperor's Divide to peel as well, but Kassadin will not be peeled, and Atong dives in onto the back with great AoE.
This is all without Zatai present, so it was a great time for the go button. Excellent layering of CC with the Equalizer. Some of the spells definitely now on cooldown, and that should be the go button for the third Dragon.
Yep, Vici on top of it. They are going to go in, but IG still want to fight. Rookie at 50% HP. Kakao fairly low as well. They are going to try and go in for it, but they have to be careful. Zatai dives into Vici. 1v4 just trying to get the kill, but he's getting peeled off beautifully here. Kakao zoning away as well. Now Hatong will dive back in, but gets exhausted. Damage still coming through. Kid gets the kill on Tamata. Kakao will die in the crossfire. That was Rookie. Doesn't have an ultimate to try and go in. Carry Zoni's at just the last seconds. Zatai needs to find more kills. Azir manages to trade back away, and it's 3 for 2 somehow in favor of IG. And Zatai diving, trying to make it a 4th kill, but Dandy just gets away. Forces the flash though.
IG just have so many threats that go unchecked. If you're chasing down the Aurelia, that means that Kalista and Azir are free hitting in the backline. So many consistent damage. That's 3 of them, in fact. Not much burst on this team, but over a long fight, the consistent damage rings true.
Impressive show of strength there for IG as well, to go back in with a fight where they ran out of health and cooldowns and know they could fight Vici.
So we'll watch the replay coming out. So Aurelia just goes crazy and dives 1v4 in this situation. Vasily isn't assassinated, but Zatai's chased away. But in the backline, Kalista's already free hitting. Suddenly, 4, 5, 6, 7 Ren stacks into Martyr at this point. So Kid is chased upwards. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Azir can show up late to this fight, positions the Sand Soldiers into a choke, and they do so much damage, changing targets between Dandy and the other option and just got so much work done.
Good hook there by Kitties as well. Basically sniping carry with a death sentence. And the Zhonya's, unfortunately, was too low to be saved in that situation. The gold lead grows here for IG by ever so slightly. 3,000 gold ahead now, but IG have to respect that they're starting to lose ground here in this game. Vici are powering up as well, and that 3,000 gold at 30 minutes, not that significant.
Yeah, the big person that's powering up is the Cassin. Has Athene's completed, been sitting on his large rod for what feels like an age. It must not be prioritizing the Zhonya's at this point. A lot of Baron damage, and they're starting it up.
Yeah, IG are going in here. They've got Consume and the Rend here, so plenty of ways to go in. They do water it away, but IG might be able to finish it. It's at 50% health. Dandy maybe going to entertain a steal here. It's getting low. Dandy dives in. Nunu does consume it and steal it away, but Dandy now actually caught into the backline. The rest of Vici can't follow in. A great job of zoning for Silly. Someone gets hooked, and Emperor's Divide plus the tie absolutely wreck him. Now Carry getting chased down as well. Cacao will get that kill. 3 kills actually already as Carry somehow died in the crossfire as well. And IG playing with momentum. Mata getting stunned as well by Zatai. Blows him away with the Monsoon. Tornado will peel, but IG barreling down the mid lane.
5 members and the Baron buff all up. At least the minimum is that the inhibitor goes down. It's actually early in the game that I realized probably can't finish the game with this push, but they might try it.
They are indeed going to try. Blood Boil is one hell of a steroid here, and IG going to at least take some Nexus turrets. 2 seconds till Dandy, 4 for Vasily. 1 turret goes down. IG might just have enough firepower here. Good Tornado from Mata to peel. They are going to get to the Nexus, and IG do take it against Vici. One massive fight, and they've made it to the semi.